IT officer to confirm when we've
Welcome
gone
to the meeting
live?
of the Council. I'm Councillor Vince Hunt, Council Speaker. I'm obliged to inform you that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Members of the public will be able to hear the audio of this meeting and view the papers shown on the screen. This meeting is being held using remote technology, and should any committee members experience technical difficulties during the meeting, they should immediately contact the IT help desk on the number they have been provided with. Everyone is requested to mute their microphones unless asked to speak. Please only use the chat function to indicate your desire to speak. Do not use it for anything else so that it's clear who is asking to speak. The debate has to be heard by those listening to the audio feed. As Speaker, I will interpret the Council's existing standing orders in light of the requirements of remote participation with advice from the Monitoring Officer prior to making a ruling. I will ask everyone that speaks during the meeting, including members of the Council and officers, to introduce themselves each time before they speak. This is so that those listening know who is speaking. A 10-minute adjournment will be taken every 10 hours. So 2 hours, sorry, not 10 hours. I'm hoping it doesn't go on quite that long. At a suitable place in the agenda, and will be repeated as required. I'm now going to ask Anne to lead on informal prayers. Anne?
Thank you, Speaker. I am Anne Hartley and I'm Chairman of the Council. Lord, we ask you that you will guide our thoughts.
Councillor Hartley.
Sorry? No, I'm not on mute. Am I?
No.
No, I can hear you.
I'm not on mute. No?
Unfortunately, we can't.
We have no hearing.
Right, well, I'm unmuted and my video is on.
I can hear.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you at present. I'm not sure quite what the issue is.
I think it might be at the Shire Hall, Vince.
I can hear, Councillor.
Good. Okay. We've turned the speakers on. That helps. Okay, Anne, can I ask you to lead on prayers again, please? Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Anne Hartley and I'm Chairman of Shropshire Council. Lord, we ask you that you will guide our thoughts, our words, our deliberations and our decisions. Remind us that we have been chosen to serve not our own interests, but those in our individual electoral divisions. Help us to realise that we are part of a wider community and that the decisions which we take affect people's lives throughout the county. Help us also to look at and to listen to all sides of the agenda before us, that we may be truly informed to make the correct decisions which can affect the future of the people whom we represent. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, can I ask members to mute if they are not speaking, please? There was some noises then. Before we get going into apologies, I'm going to say something about item 14. This item has been withdrawn. Members will be aware of the significance of the redevelopment of the former Ironbridge Power Station site and how it sits on the boundary with Telford. The intent of this report was to cover any planning related eventualities that might arise before our next decision making in Council in June. However, because of the geography and complexity of this site, we want to make sure that the report accurately reflects the position of both councils. We apologise to members and Telford and Wrekin for any inconvenience. So I will mention that again when we get there, but just so as any members of the public who may have been listening to this meeting to hear that item, we will not be taking that item. Okay, I will now ask the Chief Executive, after a quick reminder, for members to mute their microphones because there was some noise while I was reading that. I will now go to the Chief Executive to do the apologies. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Apologies have been received from councillors Richard Huffer, Tracy Huffer, Cecilia Motley, William Parr and Malcolm Peggs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any others that anybody wishes to put in? No? Okay. Okay, we will move on to item 2, disclosable pecuniary interests. I refer members to the guidance note with their agenda papers and would remind members to disclose any pecuniary interest in any matters to be discussed which is not included in their register of interests and leave the chamber prior for that matter being discussed. Okay. Members don't. Please, Gwen, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Members don't need to disclose anything which is already in their register of interests. So we will read out the member's name and ask them to confirm their presence and confirm any interests. Anne Hartley.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Peter Nutting.
Present, no particularly pecuniary interests.
Next one is me. I'm clearly here and I have no pecuniary interest. Steve Charmley.
Yep. Present, Mr. Speaker, and no pecuniary interest.
Roy Aldcroft.
Present, Mr. Chair, and no pecuniary interests.
Peter Adams.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Claire Aspinall. Nicholas Bardsley.
Present and no pecuniary interest, Mr. Speaker.
Joyce Barrow.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Thomas Biggins.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Ed Bird.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Andy Boddington.
Present, no interests.
Gwendoline Burgess.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Gwilym Butler.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Karen Calder. Dean Carroll.
Present and no pecuniary interest, Speaker.
Lee Chapman.
Present and no pecuniary interest, Speaker.
Ted Clark.
Here and nothing to declare. Thank you.
Gerald Dakin.
Present, Chairman, and no pecuniary interests.
Steve Davenport.
Yeah, present and no pecuniary interests. Thank you.
Julian Dean.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Pauline D.
Present and no pecuniary interest.
David Evans.
Present and no pecuniary interest.
Roger Evans.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Hannah Fraser.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Rob Gittins.
Present and no interests.
Nat Green.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Kate Halliday.
Present and no interest to declare.
Simon Harris.
Present, and I'm reliably informed by the monitoring officer that I have no interests in today's meeting.
Nigel Harting.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Nick Hignett.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Ruth Houghton.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
And we've got Richard and Tracy Huffer. They've sent their apologies. Roger Hughes.
Present, no interest.
Ian Jones.
Present, no interest.
Simon Jones.
Present, Speaker, and no pecuniary interests.
Mark Jones.
Present and no interest. Thank you.
Heather Kidd.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Christian Lee.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Matt Lee. Elliot Lynch.
Present, Mr. Speaker, and no pecuniary interests.
Robert Macy.
Present, Speaker, no pecuniary interests.
Jane Mackenzie.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Chris Mellings.
Present, Speaker, and no interest to declare.
Paul Milner.
Present, Speaker, and no pecuniary interest to declare.
David Minery.
Present, Speaker, nothing to declare.
Dan Morris.
Present, no pecuniary interest.
Pamela Mosley.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Alan Mosley.
Present, nothing to declare.
Cecilia Motley. Apologies, I believe. Peggy Mullock.
Present and no pecuniary interest.
Kevin Pardy.
Present and no interests.
William Parrs attended his apologies. Vivian Parry.
Present and no interests.
Tony Parsons.
Present, Speaker, and no pecuniary interests.
Malcolm Pate. There is some feedback, somebody's not muted. Alexander Phillips.
Present and no pecuniary interests.
Leslie Picton.
Present Speaker, nothing to declare.
Ed Potter.
Present, nothing to declare.
John Price.
Present, nothing to declare.
Keith Roberts. Apologies. Matt Shanton.
Present, no pecuniary interest.
Robert Tyndall. David Trevelyan. Kevin Turley.
Sorry, Chair.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, present, but nothing to declare.
Thank you, David Trevelyan. David Turner.
Thank you, Speaker. Present, no pecuniary interests.
David Basma.
Present, no pecuniary interests.
Claire Wilde. Brian Williams.
Present, no interests.
Thank you, Claire.
Brian Williams present and no pecuniary interest.
Leslie Winwood.
Present, Speaker, no interests.
Michael Wood.
Present, nothing to declare.
Tina Woodward.
Present, nothing to declare.
And finally, Paul Wynne.
Present, nothing to declare. I might have voted for somebody else before, sorry about that.
Minutes. Item 3, I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 17th of December 2020 as circulated with the agenda papers be signed as a correct record.
And I'll second that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I will now accept these minutes as a true record unless anyone indicates differently. No? Good, they will be signed off. Announcements. To receive such communications, the Speaker, the Chairman, Vice Chairman and Head of the Paid Service may desire to lay before the Council. I refer member to the official list of engagements carried out at the Chairman and the Vice Chairman since the meeting on the 17th December 2021, which has been circulated by email. I don't think there's much there, so Anne, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, firstly, I'd like to pay tribute to Julie Files, our Member Development Officer, who very sadly recently lost her valiant fight with cancer. We've had some amazing, really wonderful tributes from members and staff alike, and I know that she was very much respected and loved amongst Shropshire Council and colleagues. I have, on behalf of you all, written to her husband John and their 2 children, expressing our very sincere condolences. And I know that she will be very, very much missed. She was such a wonderful, calm, smiling face and so familiar to us all. So I know that you will all join me in the tribute. Following that, obviously you've seen the list that Karen circulated on the New Year's Honours list recipients for 2021. And I confirm that I have written on behalf of the council to all of these people and congratulated them, and I've had a nice lot of responses actually. I think people really appreciate the council acknowledging their achievements. Also, I will provide everybody with an update on retiring members, advising that a thank you event will be arranged when the COVID restrictions are hopefully lifted. Last 4 years ago, we had almost a special council meeting when we all got together and were able to pay our tributes to long-serving members before they went off into retirement. So that is in the pipeline, it's on the radar, and we will inform you once the COVID restrictions have lifted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, move on to item 5, which is public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we'll now deal with questions from members of the public. In accordance with the revised procedure rules, the Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to those questions. There have been 6 public questions received. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first question is from Claire Cooper. Is the council committed to doing everything possible within its sphere of operations and responsibilities to meet the Paris Agreement target of limiting global warming to below 1.5 degrees? If yes, please explain how. Thank you.
Councillor Dean Carroll, I believe you're the portfolio holder. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Claire, for the question. Shropshire Council declared a climate emergency in May 2019, and we adopted a corporate climate strategy and action plan on the 17th of December 2020, which set out how the council proposes to play its part in limiting global heating in line with the Paris Agreement by delivering the objective of reaching net zero carbon performance as an organisation by 2030. A copy of the council strategy and action plan are available on the council's web pages. The council is also one of the founders and key members of the community-led Shropshire Climate Action Partnership, which has prepared a zero carbon Shropshire plan to help deliver net zero carbon performance by 2030 for the county of Shropshire. Shropshire Council is working closely with SCAP, local organisations, businesses and communities to use its influence, regulatory roles, data and expertise to support the reduction of carbon emissions across the county. Further information about SCAP and the Zero Carbon Plan are available online.
Thank you. We'll move on to question 2 from Rob Wilson. Can I just remind members, though, to before they start speaking, just repeat their name. Members of the public are able to hear but not see you. Thank you. Question 2 from Rob Wilson. Claire.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson's question is, as reported in the Times on Tuesday, the 2nd of February 2021, the Prime Minister has urged councils to, in his own words, crack on with road schemes designed to reduce the dominance of cars. Boris Johnson said that the government would push ahead with building cycle lanes and low traffic neighbourhoods, as the majority of local residents support such initiatives in areas where they have been put in place. This was reinforced by the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, who, on Wednesday the 3rd of February, told the Transport Select Committee that the government wants half of all journeys in towns and cities to be walked or cycled by 2030. What is Shropshire Council doing to urgently implement these policies? What specific funding is allocated in the council's budget to achieve these aims in our towns? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davenport, you are the portfolio holder for Highways and Transport. Councillor Davenport.
Yes, hi, Stevie Davenport speaking. I'll take this in 8 sections, but number 1, our local transport plan LTP4 is currently in development and will be engaging with stakeholders to discuss visions for transport and identify key challenges immediately after the election period has ended. Defining Shropshire Council's long-term approach to active travel will be a key element to this work. We have stated at the recent Big Town Plan Festival that we are working towards appointing an active travel officer to lead this agenda and will work across the council, highways, health, visitor economy, leisure and culture, and more widely we hope to update you on this soon. Allied with the above 2 points, we will be bringing forward the development of local cycling walking infrastructure plan, LCWIP. To drive this agenda on, the LCWIP for Shropshire will aim to identify what cycling walking improvements are required at this local level and will form the basis of a long-term approach to developing local cycling walking networks, which I believe, Rob, I've asked you to be invited to have an input, so I will be that will be great. Carrying on, within our highways still works, we have identified a number of possible cycling schemes that we are developing to bring to the consultation in the spring period. We have already started this work in Porth Hill and with some school streets in this initiatives to support social distancing. We are bringing forward a scrutiny report that will ask how existing funds can be reallocated to support this agenda. We will be also consulting shortly on the approach of active travel following our recent award, Our current 1,800 miles of promoted cycle ways will be cleaned and refreshed starting this spring. Our work on this area assessment for infrastructure will also identify where improvements, new initiatives could be brought forward, and this work has started in Bridgnorth and will move to other towns in Shropshire in due course. I hope this demonstrates we are moving forward on this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question 3 from Anna Jones. Claire?
Thank you. Yes, from Ms Jones. In policy E9 access to work of the local transport plan for 2011 to 2026, the council said that they would seek to maintain and improve access to work and training opportunities while reducing car dependency, including by ensuring the continued provision of bus services in towns and on strategic routes, and seeking opportunities to improve bus services to better serve employment locations at times to suit shift patterns. SAF employs literally thousands of people based at the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital site, so presumably the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital counts as a major employment location. I can confirm that our shift patterns include Sundays. I would like to therefore ask Councillor Davenport, 10 years into the strategic transport plan, why doesn't the number 11 bus to the hospital run on Sundays? Thank you.
Councillor Davenport.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. And in response, I would firstly want to reassure that the council is committed to ensuring that bus services in Shrewsbury and Shropshire provide access to essential services and key employment locations. SAF is, as you know and have highlighted, a major employer within the county, and officers have been liaising with the trust to identify how we can improve the transport links, and our ambitions and plans for the next generation of park and ride in Shrewsbury connect are a fundamental element to these ambitions. Understanding the current future passenger travel patterns will be key to how we shape public transport going forward, which will include whether these services should operate on Sundays or indeed earlier in the day and later in the evenings as well. It is perhaps reassuring to know that during the current pandemic, we have diverted buses from our suspended park and ride service to transport trainee nurses between Telford and Shrewsbury Hospital. We are exploring how we can develop this collaboration with our colleagues at SAF. With regards to specific services you have highlighted in this service is operated by Arriva Midlands on a fully commercial basis. We have asked if they can consider your request for a Sunday operation. And just to end there, and I have lobbied for park and ride to be increased and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 4 from Stephen Malloy. Claire?
Thank you. Mr Malloy's question is, this council's local planning authority applies conditions to planning consents, which invariably includes a requirement for surface water to be treated at source, i.e. via soakaways or some other attenuation system. This of course to assist in reducing flooding. Can I ask what checks, if any, are carried out to ensure that planning conditions have been complied with, and what steps, if any, are taken to enforce such conditions? If there are no checks, will this council look at introducing a system that ensures compliance with conditions? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Macy is the portfolio holder for housing and strategic planning. Will provide an answer. Councillor Macy.
Thank you, Speaker. It's always been the responsibility of the applicants to comply with the planning conditions. Planning conditions are applied where these are necessary to make a development acceptable, and drainage conditions are applied where this is a relevant factor. Planning enforcement's always been a reactive process, and breaches of planning conditions will be investigated where these are identified. If there are specific cases, then these will be investigated in accordance with the Council's planning enforcement protocol, and inquiries should be made via the link on the website through the planning section and submit a planning enforcement inquiry. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Question 5 is from Colin Sherwood.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr Sherwood's question is, In 2019, CAP payments, and CAP is the Community Agricultural Policy, to SY prefix postcodes totalled around 137 million in 5,261 payments. In my postcode of SY8 alone, 5.9 million was paid to 267 claims. From next year, 2022, there will be a series of changes to these payments. Has Shropshire Council made any impact assessment as to our rural economy in this change? Has it any views as to delaying start of the process due to the COVID pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Charmley is Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Assets, Economic Growth and Regeneration. Councillor Charmley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Steve Charmley here. The Council has no input into Common Agricultural Policy payments, and these are paid by DEFRA. In question 1, you asked about the impact assessment being done on the rural economy in light of likely reduction in payments in 2022. The Council has an economic task force which provides support and guidance for business during COVID and put plans in place to support the economy in Shropshire. The task force includes many partners and stakeholders in helping with the economic recovery. In question 2, regarding the delay due to COVID, we do not consider a delay is needed. The Brexit process is moving forward at pace. Business in all sectors needs certainty after years of paralysis of decision making. It is important that we support all businesses in the county through the Brexit transition period. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, question 6 from Adrian Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Brown's question is, my question concerns the North West Relief Road and its possible impact on the A53 and Shawbury, where I live. I have asked my county councillor, but he was unable to assist, being not aware of such detail. My question is in 2 parts. The first is, from the traffic modelling undertaken for the North West Relief Road, what will be the traffic volumes on the A53 east of Battlefield Roundabout at the envisaged construction date if the North West Relief Road is constructed, and if it isn't, i.e. do nothing scenario? The second part is, what road number will be assigned? Obviously it will have an A road status. Will it be a continuation of the Battlefield Link Road, or will the whole route between the A5 at Churcote and the A49/A53 at Battlefield Roundabout be reclassified the A53? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Davenport.
Hello, Adrian. Right, on this particular one, I will read out the answers, but Adrian, I've got a large matrix of numbers which is going to be difficult to even talk through on here. So what I will do is ask for your email address, and I will ask either I will or the officers will send that to you. But for now, the most up-to-date traffic modelling work that was undertaken for the North West Relief Road planning submission shows the following 2-way traffic flows. Again, it's a lot here. The broad quantum of traffic at the junction is implicated to be similar, with less than 10% increase of traffic at the junction in 23 peak periods as a result of the North West Relief Road opening. It is the intention of the intention to extend the current A53 designation to include the Battlefield Link Road, and the completed North West Relief Road will then give direct connectivity to the A53 and A5 at Churcote Roundabout. A comprehensive local and sub-regional signing review is now underway with Highways England to support this proposal. But again, I will send you all the figures through on email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And could I ask, please, Steve Davenport, that you CC members in on those answers, as the question has been put before members and we'd like to have the answers to. If you would, please. Thank you. Okay, item 6 is the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. I invite the leader, Councillor Nutting, to present the report and move the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Please note that the chair of the panel, Mr. Stephen Donkesley, is present to answer any questions on the panel's report. Mr. Donkesley sat behind me. Okay, Councillor Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Councillor Peter Nutting. I want to start by giving my thanks to the panel for their detailed considerations and producing the report. However, I think it's inappropriate that at this time, in the last weeks of a council, that we make a decision on this. I believe this is a decision that should be taken by the new council after the election. So I'm sure members might wish to ask Mr. Donkersley questions, but I would like to move that we defer consideration of this report until the next full council meeting and that the current schedule allowances remain in place until then. I'm told by officers that because this report has been sent to council, we do need to actually make a decision to continue with the present allowances, or there wouldn't be an allowance scheme in place in the interim. So that's why the second part of the recommendation is that. So basically, the recommendation on the printed agenda is deleted, and the recommendation will be that we defer consideration of the report until the next full council meeting, and the current schedule of allowances remains in place until then. Thank you.
Okay, is that seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is Steve Chalmers, Deputy Leader. Happy to second that, reserving my right.
Okay, well, we've all heard the recommendation. I'm now going to ask for members to ask questions, and bearing in mind we have Mr. Donkersley behind us, it may well be that some people want to ask him questions. So I've had an indication from Councillor Roger Evans. Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed to hear that the leader of the council is once again kicking an independent report into touch and not accepting the recommendations as put forward by this panel, who have given their time. The previous panel resigned because of the refusal by the Conservative group to accept their recommendations. I want to vote. I want to vote against this one and in support of the work that the independent panel carried out. There is nothing to prevent any future council revisiting it and looking at it again. Let's start, as we mean to go on, and accept an independent report. Whether we agree with it or not, it is an independent report and we should accept it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Williams. Councillor Williams, you put your hand up in the little box. If you use the messaging section, which is used to indicate your wish to speak, that would be useful, because it's very hard for the Chief Executive to monitor 70 odd councillors' boxes at the same time. So, Councillor Brian Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the question be put.
Okay. Got anybody else indicating to speak? Okay, no. Right, it's been moved that we put the question. Councillor Chalmers, you didn't speak. You withheld your right as seconder. Is there anything you want to say?
No, nothing more to say, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Peter Nutting?
No, nothing to add. I think the question should be put.
All right. Okay. Well, we will now move to the vote. Obviously, there is some dissent from at least one councillor, so we will need to take a vote on this. We will take the vote, hopefully using the new poll feature successfully and efficiently. So that should appear in the middle of your screens. Please try and use the one on the screen as opposed to the one in the chat function. And there it is. So away you go.
Can I just query the actual wording that's been put on this vote? That isn't what I've moved. It does actually say that the report of the independent panel. Now, so is that accepting the amendment that I put?
Yes, Councillor Nutting, that is for the amendment that you put, that this be deferred to the first meeting of the new council.
Okay.
And that in the interim, the existing pay structure remains till the end of this council.
Okay, sorry to query it, but I just wanted to make sure. So thank you very much.
That's all right. Everybody else understand that? Excellent, thank you. Please vote.
Speaker, Tom Biggins here.
I haven't got the voting function coming up on my screen, and also I can't message anybody either on the chat function.
Right.
Or any councillors having trouble, you are given a number to contact IT services, so please don't do it through this meeting. Contact that number, please.
And also just check your chat. Oh, okay, you said that your chat thing's not there. Unfortunately, I am a reasonable chair, but I'm not a particularly good IT expert. I'm sure they're out there thumping away on that right now, but as the monitoring officer has said, we are up to 59 votes at present. So a good chunk of people have got it. If you haven't, you'll need to phone IT.
What did they finish on?
We're up to 60 votes now, but it should say that on your boxes. You shouldn't need me to keep telling you.
Council.
Okay, I'll give you another couple of minutes. Please put yourself on mute. Personal deliberations are probably not the thing to share with everybody.
Mr. Speaker, Councillor Roger Evans again. One question for you on procedure. Is this the main motion or is it an amendment to the one that was put forward? Will it need another substantial vote if this amendment or whatever is carried?
Mr. Speaker, what Councillor Nutting proposed is the main motion. The report is an officer recommendation or the panel's recommendation. So when Councillor Nutting proposed, what he proposed is the actual motion. It wasn't an amendment. When a portfolio presents, they present what they're asking members to vote on. And if they change with the officer recommendation, that's fine. But so Councillor Nutting proposed a motion on the table. It wasn't an amendment, it was his motion on the table.
Okay, good. Well, there are 63 votes in, 71% of them are for, 24 against, and 5% are abstentions. So I'm going to say that that is now over, and that has been carried. Okay, thank you. Right, we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Donkesley. Good. We're going to move on to item 7. Just as a reminder that a recorded vote will need to be taken on this in relation to the budget and council tax items under legislations. So that would be the next two items, 7 and 8. Item 7 is the council tax resolution. I invite the leader, Councillor Nutting, to present the report and move the recommendation to be received and agreed. Councillor Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Councillor Peter Nutting. And so good morning, everyone. You will all be aware that Shropshire Council acts as the collector of taxes for town and parish councils, for the local fire authority, for the West Mercia Police and Crime Commission, and of course for itself. Decisions about council tax levels are never easy, and the government guidelines allow major councils like Shropshire to increase council tax by 2% to cover normal service pressures and another 2% to help cover the increasing cost of adult social care. This year, councils have also been allowed an extra 1% towards adult social care. But this part of the increase can be delayed for 1 year to ease the financial pressure on hard-pressed families. Shropshire will be taking advantage of this guidance and will take a decision about the extra 1% next year when deciding its budget at that time. Contrary to Liberal leaflets that are actually circulating in the county at the moment, this administration is not proposing a 4.99% increase, and I'm very disappointed that Liberal leaflets are suggesting we will, because they are quite misleading, but that's quite normal for Liberal leaflets anyway. But this is an important point, and it is we rely on the integrity of councillors to only put facts before the public, not misinformation. So this Conservative administration recognised the pressure the COVID pandemic has put on personal finances and hopes that this small gesture, by not having the extra 1%, will help residents and particularly families in a difficult year. Therefore, Council are asked to approve the recommendations on pages 21 and 22 of the Council report, which will mean an increase in council tax of 3.9%, 3.99% for Shropshire residents, and will be lower than most neighbouring councils in the West Midlands. I therefore move the recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And is that seconded, Councillor Chalmers? Minnery, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. David Minnery here. Yes, I formally second, reserve my right.
Okay, so we will go into the debate. Roger, Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Roger Evans, Councillor for the Longdon Division. Unfortunately, I have to abstain on this vote. I have not got the information to know whether this is a realistic council tax increase or not. All the information has been held and not published. I note the Cabinet report going in a week's time is due for publishing tomorrow, which will give the Q3 financial position of this council. The only official information that we have, or I have, is that there is a £2.7 million overspend forecast for this council. In the financial strategy, which has not yet been discussed, and it's unfortunate that we're doing this before that is talked about and voted on. In the financial strategy, it makes mention that it is expected, due to management action, that there will be a balanced budget delivered this year. So there would be £2.7 million in reserves, more than what is shown at present. If that's there, good. It is good for the future of Shropshire. But I don't know whether we're running into a £2.7 million overspend or not. I don't know if this proposal for a 3.99% is realistic. The finance officer has signed it off. He has information, council have information, and no doubt 2/3 of this councillors will. As an opposition person, no information is fed to us at all, and we really abhor the secrecy which is surrounding the failure to publish the Q3 figures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? No? Okay. Well, David Minnery, Councillor Minnery, you withheld your right as seconder.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. David Minnery here. Little to say except that what we've just been listening to was totally irrelevant in the context of the item that's before us. That this is a legal requirement that we have to do, that we're setting the maximum allowed with the exception of that additional 1%. How we spend the money that we're raising through this is to be discussed in the next item, and that's the appropriate place for Councillor Evans to register his concerns, not here. It's taking two bites of the same cherry. Thank you.
Councillor Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely amazed at the words that Roger Evans has used. There are 350 pages of financial information in this council agenda, which explain the council's finances in as much detail as is feasible. The Q3 report isn't completely ready yet, so you know there's always a delay in reporting and putting together all the facts and figures. So we can't necessarily talk about something we're not sure of. I am confident we will have a balanced budget. We have been in the same position for the last 3 years. This is the 4th year of this administration. There are always questions about whether we'll hit our target or not, and we always make the figures stack up. I would like to thank council officers for their work. It's always extremely difficult to balance the budget. You know, there are enormous pressures on the council, but we have always balanced the budget. The economy of this council is in safe hands with the Conservative administration, and I object to any suggestion that there is any secrecy. There isn't any secrecy. There are 50 pages that I've got in my hands of the financial details of this council setting out exactly what resources we've got, exactly how money will be spent. So I really don't understand anything about secrecy. It's complete nonsense, as is much of what the Liberals have been saying recently. So I'm quite happy to move the proposal of 3.99%, and I really do object to some of the comments made by the Liberal leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. As I said earlier, it will be a recorded vote. The Chief Executive will read out the names, and the Monitoring Officer, Claire Porter, will note the way they voted. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you. Peter Adams.
For.
Roy Aldcroft.
For.
Claire Aspinall. Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow.
For.
Thomas Higgins.
For.
Edward Bird.
For.
Andy Boddington.
Abstain.
Gwen Burgess.
For.
Quillan Butler.
For.
Karen Calder. Dean Carroll.
For.
Lee Chapman.
For.
Steve Charmley.
For.
Ted Clark.
Abstain.
Sorry, can I just say somebody's typing extremely loudly? Please mute. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just repeat Ted Clark?
Ted, are you
Must
there?
be no good. Abstain.
Gerald Dakin. Steve
No,
Davenport.
Chair. For.
Thank you. Steve Davenport.
For.
Julian Dean.
Abstain.
Pauline D.
For.
David Evans.
For.
Roger Evans.
Abstain.
Hannah Fraser.
Abstain.
Rob Gittins.
For.
Nat Green.
Abstain.
Kate Halliday.
Abstain.
Simon Harris.
For.
Nigel Hartin.
Abstain.
Anne Hartley.
For.
Nick Ignat.
For.
Ruth Houghton.
Abstain.
Roger Hughes.
For.
Vince Hunt. For. Ewan Jones.
Abstain.
Mark Jones. Simon Jones.
For.
Heather Kidd. Christian Lee.
For.
Matt Lee. Elliot Lynch.
For.
Robert Matey.
For.
Jane McKenzie.
Abstain.
Chris Mellings.
Abstain. Abstain.
Paul Milner.
For.
David Minery.
For.
Dan Morris.
For.
Anne Mosley.
Abstain.
Alan Mosley.
Abstain.
Peggy Mullock.
For.
Peter Nutting.
For.
Kevin Pardy.
Abstain.
Vivian Parry.
Abstain.
Sonny Parsons.
Abstain.
Alex Phillips.
For.
Leslie Picton.
For.
John Price.
For.
Ed Potter.
For.
Matt Shinton.
For.
Robert Tyndall. Dave Tremallen.
For.
Kevin Turley.
4.
David Turner,
4.
David Basma,
Abstain.
Claire Wild,
4.
Brian Williams,
4.
Les Winwood,
4.
Michael Wood,
4, Mr. Speaker, but may I point out that you missed me from the roll call and I have no declarations to make.
Apologies. Thank you.
Tina Woodward,
4.
Paul Wynn.
4.
Thank you. Just wait for Claire to do the. Can I remind councillors, please, as I have done several times already, if you are not speaking, please mute. There is coughs and loud typing and a number of different odd noises coming through. Peter, can you mute, please?
Mr. Speaker, there were 42 votes for this and 17 abstentions.
Okay, 42 votes for, 17 abstentions. That has passed. We will move on to item 8. Again, this will be a recorded vote. Procedure Rule 18.4 permits all group leaders to make one speech of up to 10 minutes duration during the debate on the budget or of any of the amendments arising thereon. It does not include the group leader's right to speak for an additional 5 minutes in accordance with the procedure rules on amendments. In accordance with the Council's Procedure Rule 18.2, all amendments to the proposition must be put in writing. Amendments which vary the net revenue budget require will need to be indicated that the consequence of the variation to the formal precept recommendations in order to comply with Local Government Finance Act of 1992. Amendments which simply via sums with the budget booklet will not involve other amendments to the precept recommendations, but proposals to vary the total expenditure or vary the use of balances may require amendments to the precept recommendations to be calculated. Because of this, I intend to take any amendment as a whole. My ruling on this procedure rule will be final. I invite the leader, Councillor Peter Nutting, to move the administration's budget and recommendations as set out in the financial strategy report be received and agreed. Councillor Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This financial strategy is a long document, and the different reports on finance to the council stretch over 350 pages. So for those who don't have time to read it all, I would recommend reading the report of the Section 15 officer starting on page 51 of the council agenda, and my own report starting on page 120. The two reports give a good outline of the council's really positive financial work over the last 4 years and show how our finances are strong despite all that has happened during those years. We have faced the Beast from the East Part 1, the highest level of flooding in living memory, the COVID pandemic, and the Beast from the East Part 2. To all staff who have worked hard to help in difficult circumstances, I really do offer my sincere thanks. No one could 12 months ago that the pandemic would have had such a dramatic effect and that we would have been enduring 3 lockdowns. Despite all this, the council have been successful in delivering top-level services for all residents. Keeping Shropshire residents safe is our most important role, and thanks to some incredibly hard-working staff in both children's and adult social services, we do deliver extremely high-quality services and do it at a very modest cost. Shropshire is not only an extremely pleasant place to live, but also an extremely safe area. When I became leader, I talked quite a lot about economic development, as I recognise that although looking after our elderly residents is vitally important, it is also important to look after our younger members of society by providing top-level educational opportunities and the prospect of decent, well-paid jobs for everyone. We have invested in improving schools throughout the county and currently are helping many secondary schools to expand and improve. Some of this work is in partnership with the academies who provide services to most of the secondary schools, but the council is also investing money in primary schools, including new schools at Bowbrook and on Featherbed Lane, Halsgood. I want all Shropshire children to enjoy being educated in decent modern buildings with good outdoor facilities, and that is now being delivered. Shropshire Council are a major partner in the University Centre Shrewsbury, and the university is now starting to grow quite quickly, with numbers expected to reach 700 full-time students in the next couple of years. The University Centre is also providing more and more short-term courses to help adults improve their skills and qualifications, particularly in health and social care. There is an item on the council agenda about our role in providing living accommodation for students at the university, but we do also help other providers of training with accommodation for students, and in particular high quality accommodation for staff at our local hospital. Housing has been a focus for the council, and the new housing company Cornovi has now started work on some sites. The council also owns over 4,000 social housing units, which are managed by Star Housing, and the two companies are now working well together to provide high quality rented houses throughout the county. The council have received some serious grant funding from government to help achieve many of our economic targets. The government recognised that to have a healthy economy, you need really good infrastructure, and we have many road schemes in development, including the North West Relief Road and major improvements to Mile End at Oswestry. But we also need to press government for more cash to improve some of our smaller roads, particularly in South Shropshire. The financial strategy does, however, highlight the fact that Shropshire Council receives lower funding than almost anywhere else in the country on a per head basis. We also have more miles of road per person than nearly all other councils and receive far less cash than our urban neighbours. The government have a project called Fairer Funding, which is intended to even up funding for councils, but it keeps being delayed. If implemented fairly, it would give Shropshire Council an extra £30 to £40 million in revenue funding that could really make a difference. There is also a problem that we are only being told of our funding 1 year at a time, and really we need to have 3 or 4 year settlements to give some stability to our finances. But the message is clear. The economy of Shropshire and Shropshire Council is in good hands, but with extra government funding, we could do even more. I commend the report to Council and ask for its approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And that was seconded by
David Minnery, I believe.
Indeed, Speaker David Minnery here. I'm delighted to second and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I have a couple of people so far. Pauline D. First, Pauline, I'm going to remind you that you do have 10 minutes on this, and the clock will tick from when you start speaking. Pauline.
Right. Thank you, Speaker. Well, once again, I've failed to come up with an alternative budget, and I haven't been notified of that anyone else has. So unfortunately, the government funding for Shropshire Council has fallen again. And as our 151 officer says, this is a fact that cannot be disputed or avoided. The government have determined that local taxpayers will have to fund a greater share of the resources needed to keep the county going. And looking at the forward from our Section 151 officer, so I took your advice early, Peter, it points out that in 2015-16, out of a net budget of 216 million, 55% was funded by us, the residents of Shropshire. Now the budget is 226 million for 2021. So the local taxpayers are now having to pay almost 73%. The cost of delivering services to our residents increases every year. And with that, our adult social care net budget and the children's social care have increased to 64%, whereas in 2015-2016, it was 43% of the total budget. I'm pretty sure I've got those figures right.
People wonder why services such as highways and transport, etc., are not better. But when you see the figures, 10,000 people are actual service users out of a population of 320,000. 97% are not using the social care services. I have to congratulate those working in the adult social care for the extraordinary care they give to us older folk when we need carers, and I have been the recipient since I came out of hospital of the wonderful care, and I have sent an email to thank everybody that was looking out for me. Why doesn't central government provide the funding for care in the community? Why is it always left to us, the local people? What are they doing with the taxes we are paying on every source of income? Whatever little pension you get, you pay tax on it. Whatever amount of funding that you get, old age pension, business pensions, whatever, you're paying tax. What's happening to that money? Will the lobbying of central government secure a fairer share of funding for local authorities? What are the Conservative MPs doing to ensure our voices are heard? As a county, we have the problems of sparsity, rurality, the age of our population, which is increasing, and our lack of large companies paying business rates. The forward from the Section 151 officer should be printed in full everywhere, so the general public can see and understand the problems that beset the council. And unfortunately, I think it will get worse. I would like to apologise to the Treasurer or the 151 officer in listening to the government who encouraged local authorities to freeze council tax from 2011 to 2016 by bribing us with a grant to recompense us for the reduced council tax. This may have looked good to the residents, but it meant that the base council tax didn't increase, and if we had listened and made a 2% per annum increase annually, we would have had an extra 20.8 million per year. I certainly won't be holding my breath about fair funding and that there will be a redistribution of funding despite our leader lobbying government, and I thank him for that. And this is to meet the needs of Shropshire residents in this very rural county. Are there any plans to help our small businesses to get back to something like normality? I've tried to read all the fees and charges, but the print is small and my eyes aren't so good. But what I did pick up was an increase in car parking charges, which won't help businesses. So many small shops have suffered through the COVID epidemic, and I had hoped that they would be helped out with either free parking for, say, 6 months, so that we could see how people are going to support local businesses instead of buying online, in a lot of cases to the detriment of our local businesses. So I would hope that we could do something to help and look out for everybody. So I won't go on because I try not to repeat myself when I'm speaking. So I hope that that is what I would just like to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Dee, and your ethics in speaking are much appreciated. Thomas Biggins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellent report. There are just two things I'd just like to briefly talk about. And firstly, on behalf of all the Whitchurch members, I'd just like to say how delighted we are that Shropshire Council has allocated 4.8 million in the financial strategy for the much needed Paul's Moss Medical Centre in Whitchurch. This modern facility will have the ability to meet the growing needs of Whitchurch and the surrounding countryside, and it will attract young doctors in the town. I do believe, though, that we do need more off-street car parking spaces for the new medical centre, over and above those that have been provided for in the planning permission. And I'm therefore asking that additional monies are found in due course to achieve this, with possibly the view to buying a nearby property. The second point is Whitchurch swimming pool. This has been closed for some time due to the pandemic. It also has a leak, and the building can't be easily, well, it can't be adapted for social distancing. It is vitally important to have good, fully functioning leisure facilities close to home. Repair work will begin soon on the pool, with plans for reopening when lockdown eases. However, as local members, I think we would like to put down a marker that, like Shrewsbury, Whitchurch will require funding to build a new facility in the not too distant future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. All right. Now, excuse me, I do have Steve Davenport now. Just before you come in, Steve, the last two speakers have indicated their wish to speak by raising their hands. It is impossible for the Chief Executive to monitor all 70-odd windows for people's hands at the same time. The way we do it in this meeting is for you to indicate your wish to speak in the chat box. So hands that go up now may not get to speak. Please use the chat box. Thank you. Councillor Davenport.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I put my hand up. I will try and avoid that in the future. Pauline, I just want to reassure you that we will be doing all we can for our towns and villages to help businesses park when we can, to have the businesses going again at full strength. I can assure you of that.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Mosley. Alan, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd just like to echo what Peter Nutting said about the efforts of the staff during the pandemic, which has been really remarkable in many respects. But we are talking about a financial strategy, and that is set against a record for the last 9 years, which we can see on page 80. And that shows that something like £200 million worth of cuts have been imposed by this council over the last 10 years. Now, there's only £4 million of cuts this year, plus £6 million in the pipeline from previous years, which is relatively low in terms of the history of this sad decline. That may be something to do with the election, I'm not sure. But overall, in what we can see in these documents, is a very bleak picture. And there are dire warnings written in between the lines, but they're writ large if we look at it carefully. For a start, this is a one-year budget because we don't know enough about the future to be able to plan any further. It's based on one settlement because no one can make their minds up about anything further. We are clear about the amount of funding that has been withdrawn, and as has been explained from Pauline, this has meant a heavier and heavier burden on local council tax payers. In fact, you will see from the documents that council tax went up by £44 million in the last 5 years, but the net budget has only changed by £10 million. And as I think she alluded to, 55% of the budget was local funding in 2015-16. Now that is up to 73%. But the real chilling part of the document is on page 89, and there and in other sections we'll find that the deficit predicted for 22-23 is £43.3 million, and the deficit predicted for 25-26 is up to £58 million. I said that was chilling reading. And it is, because it seems to me that as things stand, the council is on a pathway to bankruptcy. As things stand, we are unsustainable, and most of the mitigation about this is based on a wing and a prayer. If you look at page 87, you'll see that we have something of a plan to become sustainable and have some stability. One is a section called performance optimization, which basically means getting blood out of a stone. We've been doing this for 10 years, as I've just mentioned. How on earth, to quote, are we going to get more drive in terms of council performance to its highest attainable level over the medium to long term. How on earth are we going to do this? By getting highest quality when we're only interested in a financially economical way of doing things. There's also a section there on COVID assumptions. Those assumptions are based on the idea that the government will pay for all associated losses of the pandemic. Again, another example of a wing and a prayer. But then remarkably, there's a section called Unsustainable Assumptions. And this recognises that the funding has been, substantial funding has been withdrawn, but then has a valiant hope for fairer funding. This hope has been thwarted for many years now. There's no assurance that it will be forthcoming. And Peter Nutting, in his statement, recognises that there's been significant disappointment in recent years about this. No guarantee on this, I repeat. Another wing and a prayer. We also have hopes within this document that there will be a business rates reset and a new baseline, and this will be a bit of a bonanza, giving a higher retention rate predicted. Can anyone actually imagine this coming anytime soon, given the current circumstances within the country and the economy? Another wing and a prayer, Mr. Speaker. And then much is made, excuse me, then much is made of a comprehensive spending review that is supposed to be forthcoming. A local government bonanza. Can anyone glancing at the state of our economy, think that this is likely? Can anybody not come to the assumption that this is going to be another fantasy? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I shall abstain on this item, as I did on the council tax motion. I fear for the future of our council and the services that we provide for Shropshire residents. This is not a sustainable budget. It is too many imponderables and too many imperfections and too many things that we hope for, but which are likely not to come about. We have, of course, a Tory government led by a bumbling buffoon, known for his indecision, lack of urgency and delay. A Prime Minister whose short-term future has been saved for a little while by a vaccine and our wonderful NHS. Unfortunately, locally, we have an administration here that is in charge of many dysfunctional areas because of their lack of action and their incompetence. They also have the financial acumen, which has led to the purchase of assets for £51 million, which are now worth less than 17 million. This budget is a shambles. It's incomplete, and we should be afraid of the consequences of the Tory government and their policies, and also afraid of our Tory leaders on this council and their supporters who sit in this council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wildred, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say I share most of and agree with most of what Councillor D spoke about. I pay tribute to our staff, and I do have trepidations for the future as far as social services go, but our staff during the last 12 months have worked wonders, and I take my hat off, and I think every councillor here would do the same. But we're talking about the financial strategy for the next 12 months starting in April. And we note the recommendations put forward to the meeting and listed on page 44 of today's agenda. But there are many items there which we do not agree with. And I would like to take this opportunity to give notice that if we are in a position to form the administration after May, we will be introducing a revised and a very different budget to this one within 100 days of being elected. And to give a flavour of what we will be doing, we haven't put any amendments forward because A, we haven't got the officer backup to work it out for us, but it is so fundamentally different. A lot of it is capital and it's investment in the future so that we can both tackle climate change and also reduce the revenue expenditure on this council. And there's very little in the budget that I can see that will reduce our expenditure. And so we will, as Councillor Mosley said, we are heading into an abyss, an unsustainable council. However, what we would be doing if this was our budget, we would make the commitment to climate change centre stage. This would include commitments to increase the number of public vehicle charging points from the present projected 50 to over 400 within the next 2 years. We would want to put in place a programme to increase the public transport network in Shropshire. The network would include the conversion of all park and ride buses to non-fossil fuel propulsion. Our expectation is that the increased rural bus network would be supplied by buses using non-fossil fuel propulsion as well. We would want to retain the bus stations in both Shrewsbury and Oswestry. I note the comments in the report about future housing that we would be providing. What we would do is enable most houses in Shropshire to have superfast broadband and guarantee every home would get at least broadband speed of at least 30 megabytes. We would also say that every house that we are building or responsible for building would be carbon free, would be zero carbon, not just some, they would all be zero carbon. All work being carried out to convert the Pride Hill Centre to offices would be stopped. We would look at where Shropshire Council could deliver its services in the future, where it could be carried out. And this would not preclude any sites, and we will discuss it later on in this agenda, when there are certain sites which have been discounted and the consultants were not allowed to look at. And it would also include a full discussion and full involvement of our valued staff, not take them in retrospect. We treat them as equals. We treat them as our valued staff. We also note that at present, just 5,000 of our streetlights have been converted to LED ones, and it is understood the remaining 15,000 will be converted to LED powered lights within 3 years. 3 years. We said they should have been started to be converted 5 years ago. We would look at introducing a programme to complete the conversion of all our streetlights to LED ones to that state within 18 months. Maybe a year, but we think 18 months is practical and it is attainable. All those Victorian lamp standards that we have around the towns and in some areas, we would retain, and they would be converted to LED ones. The Northwest Relief Road, or as some in the rural areas call it, the Shrewsbury Bypass, would be looked at and the case re-examined before any more work was carried out. Staff numbers in certain areas would be increased, especially those looking after drainage and housing, and those that are really those areas that are really suffering because of the lack of staff. Business rates, support anything that happens to be reassessment. A county-wide lottery, we would also start promoting that. Charities, voluntary organisations have really come to the fore in these last 12 months. They need support. This council said they were looking at a lottery 5 years ago, and because it didn't raise any money for the council, they dropped it. It is more important that we fund and we provide support to the voluntary and community sectors. The council has got money problems. It does need to look at where it's spending, but if we have a lottery, and there's over 100 local authorities now actually run lotteries, and a lot of that money goes out to support the voluntary sector, we would want to put that into service, have that up and running within 12 months of us of the May elections. Our present contract with our highways, it isn't working. It is failing. We would want to look at that and also really only pay for work which is up to the standard that we want it to be. That's just some of the things that we would be doing. We would be investing in the future of Shropshire. We would look at how our investment would pay for some of the extra services that some of our residents need. So we will be, or I will be voting against this. It is nowhere near what we need, what Shropshire needs for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean. You don't have 10 minutes, you have 5.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Julian Dean from Shrewsbury. There's no question that we face a government which is contemptuous of local government, that despite its complete fiasco over their contracts over PPE and test and trace, it's been local government that's had to pick up the pieces, and local people who've had to pick up the pieces. But we that situation, which is an awful situation to be in. Nevertheless, there are opportunities, and my real disappointment is there is just no sense of mission in this budget, and I too am not in a position. Well, I'm not in a position to have done a budget amendment. I speak as the only Green councillor at the present time on Shropshire Council, and I do think it's disappointing that the other opposition groups haven't come up with budget amendments. It would have given us something substantial to debate on and to vote on. But just to give some examples of how other councils are managing, so shared administrations involving Greens in Lewes and Brighton have got budgets which will be starting to retrofit council homes to bring them up to standard, both in terms of addressing fuel poverty and in terms of addressing emissions. Amendments have gone to Bristol Council, finding money from unspent apprenticeship levies in order to train people to do retrofitting work. The Stroud Council has found money to build the capacity in staff, which we just do not have, to run all the projects which are desperately needed if we're going to decarbonise the council. So and the county. So my main reading of especially Councillor Nutting's introduction is that there is just no sense of mission here, that we're in drift, and so on that basis, I'm going to be voting against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Dean Carroll, member for Battlefield and portfolio holder for adult social care, public health and climate change. I want to specifically come on to what Roger Evans, the leader of the Lib Dem group, has said, because I listened to what he said with a mixture of astonishment and being absolutely appalled, because I resent hugely on behalf of officers the suggestion that officers have not been available and have not complied with requests by members of his group and by him to provide them with information that they would need to compile an alternative budget, because I know that questions have been asked and information has been supplied to them. I can only draw the conclusion from the statement of Councillor Evans that actually, after they got this information, they realised that their proposals were completely nonsensical and they could not get a budget to stack up. And that is why they have come here purely with a load of platitudes and grandiose statements without actually any figures behind them, because that is what they always do. Now, in terms of specifically the climate change areas, Councillor Evans, I must have been asleep for the past 2 years, because he has obviously drifted, to coin the term from Councillor Dean, he has obviously drifted through past all of our work on climate change. We brought forward in December a pipeline of projects, itemising the first 2 or 3 and saying that there were scores more projects that we will be coming on to in future years as national funding streams became available, as we were able to engage more and more expertise to draw up business cases for these projects, such as the proposed solar farm on Maysbury Road in Oswestry, such as the hydrogen fuel depot and installation for Battlefield in Shrewsbury, such as the National Grid storage, electricity storage and battery facility in Ludlow, such as the up to 10 other solar power generating sites within our ownership that we're planning on investing in, such as 2 further currently community owned solar power schemes that we're intending on investing in to keep the benefit of them in Shropshire. And of course, the Shrewsbury Weir Hydro scheme, which I was delighted to ask officers to approach Shrewsbury Town Council to look to bring back to the table, and that we're glad now finally to be able to work with them on, because we are committed to being carbon neutral, and not just carbon neutral, but to being energy self-sufficient as the first council in the country to become energy self-sufficient by 2030. Now, I would like to congratulate Councillor Evans on actually catching up a little bit, because finally, for the first time, I heard him say not electric buses, which are actually the Betamax of public transport, but actually non-fossil fuel buses, because that is exactly the point of why we are trying to bring high quality investment in hydrogen fuel into Shropshire, bringing jobs into Shropshire and growth, clean green growth industry, high paying jobs, because hydrogen fuel heavy goods vehicles are the future of low carbon fuel vehicles. So I actually congratulate Councillor Evans on finally catching up to that point after years of mistakenly going down the rabbit hole of electric buses. I could go on, Speaker, I could go on, because there was so much to pick apart in what little Councillor Evans said, but I think I'll leave it there purely on the carbon reduction issues.
Thank you. As you say, you could go on, but you'd have had about another 35 seconds to do so. So well timed. Thank you very much. Okay, I have not had anybody else indicate, so I'm going to go back to the seconder who reserved his right, Councillor Minery.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. David Minnery here. I'm not going to drag out proceedings, but I would just like to make a couple of thank yous, really, and the first one to the previous speaker for doing the job I was about to do of taking apart the contribution from the Lib Dems. So we'll leave that in fantasy world where it belongs. Pauline, Councillor D, I'd like to thank you actually for your very accurate and very sensible contribution. It is unacceptable that the delays over the fair funding. It is unacceptable that nothing is yet being done about funding adult social care and children's social care, because the impact is felt on every other service. The other point you made, I'll deal with when we actually get to the fees and charges, I think, and as with Tom Biggins. But I just want to make a comment, Alan, about performance optimization assumption, and I do get that this is something that is been alien to this council for quite some time. It's an area of work that I'm very familiar with because I've worked with other councils on this. But the savings that this structure and this way of working contributes shouldn't be underestimated. It can be really significant by just having a cohesive corporate plan, and sticking to that can save considerable amount of money. But as for the rest, the contributions to it, of course, come from the various portfolio holders. It's my task to make sure that we have everything there and it all adds up, and it does, and it's a balanced budget. And I think we should all be supporting it, and I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nutting, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'll start. I'll try and do it in order. Pauline D did talk about car parking charges. Once we're clear when the present lockdown finishes, we're likely to introduce another scheme with free car parking similar to the one we did after lockdown 2. But we're just making sure of the details of what is possible and not possible, and how much of the discretionary government grant that we received is still available to fund a scheme. We believe we'll be able to do something, but we're working out the details at the moment. It's likely to be similar to the last time, where we don't have a complete free for all, but after say 11 o'clock in the morning, car parking becomes free for the rest of the day. But before we do anything, we do need to make sure of our finances and what we can afford and how long we can afford to do it for. So it's being looked at, and we hope to introduce something quite soon on that. And once we're clear, I think it's going to be April the 12th when shops reopen, but we just need to be sure of that. Tom Biggins at Whitchurch. Yeah, we are looking at Paul's Moss. We've had conversations about the potential to include extra car parking around the site or nearby, and that will be progressed. Conversations are taking place about that. It's a joint scheme with Wrekin Housing and the NHS, so we are talking to other people to see how that could or couldn't be financed and what can be done to help, because I do accept the idea that, you know, there could be a lot of pressure on car parking in the area. With the swimming pool, that's slightly more difficult. I'm no expert, but I think we probably will end up having to have a completely new swimming pool in Whitchurch within the next few years. I'm not sure how we're getting on with actually converting or making what's available at the moment to be used because of social distancing, etc. It's a very tight footprint that we're working with, but we're looking to do whatever we can on that. Alan Mosley. Alan, the deficit you did quote, this is a very dry part of the report when we're talking about potential deficits in the future. What the potential deficit doesn't include is some of the extra grants that the government give us each year. And these extra grants are the Revenue Support Grant of 6.2 million, the Improved Better Care Fund of 9.5 million, New Homes Bonus, nearly 6 million, Rural Services Delivery Grant, nearly 7 million, and Social Care Grant of over 9 million. If we build those back into our budget forecasts, the picture looks completely different, and we do have a sustainable position for the foreseeable future. But we're trying to present the report in a way so that if the government read it, they do realise we have a budget that's under pressure. But actually, I don't believe it's under as much pressure as the Section 151 officer presents it, but he's presenting it in a very dry way to the government, because what we do need, and you're right, and I did mention it, we don't just need a 1-year settlement, we need a 3 or 4 year settlement, so we're clear what our finances will be over a longer period of time. And like you, I'm quite happy to criticise the government over that. I do think they do need to change the way they address local government finance, and there's a lot going on in that field. And you'll be aware that nationally this is an issue for councils all across the country. The reality is that urban councils are funded much higher than rural councils, and Shropshire is considered to be a very rural council. Interesting, because you did talk about various schemes. The hydro scheme at the Weird was killed off by the town council, of which you're leader, and we are at Shropshire Council that have tried to get this scheme going again, and we are talking to the town council, who are being helpful, and I think it will be a joint scheme, and it does show that the two councils can work together.
Mr. Speaker, could Peter Nutting please reflect on what he just said about being killed off by the town council? That is certainly not the case.
Sorry, can we let Peter Nutting finish? You can discuss it with him afterwards. If you have an issue, take it up with him after the meeting. Councillor Nutting.
I was at the meeting when the decision was taken by the town council. I know exactly what went on.
Gentlemen, can we stick to councillor, not Shrewsbury Town Council?
I'll move on to the comments from Councillor Roger Evans. He seemed to be saying two things at the same time. They were going to reduce revenue spending, and yet at the same time introduce all sorts of things they want to do. And it was like fairy tale time. You know, you can't bring in all the different schemes they were talking about. You know, they're going to fund buses everywhere in the county. They're not, you know, they're going to introduce cuts. And then at the same time, they're going to do other things that are going to spend money. It was an absolute fairy tale. They haven't got a clue when it comes to finance. And I really think it's very much lazy politics and just a completely complete fantasy. It's easy to promise the world when you don't have to take responsibility, and that's probably why the Liberal Party are doing so badly nationally, because they come up with fantasy politics which have no substantial backing whatsoever. This council...
Councillor Nutting, we're down to about 30 seconds, and that's having allowed you a little bit extra because you didn't take your full 10 minutes at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. I'm more or less at the end. I'll leave the comments of Dean Carroll to cover the climate change stuff. This council is very aware of its responsibility with climate change, and that is built into everything we do. I think this financial strategy is an excellent document and does reflect exactly where we're at, and it does show the competence of the administration over the last 4 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and sorry to remind folks about the time, but we've still got a lot of business to get through. So we are now going to move to a recorded vote. Once again, I will ask the Chief Executive to read out the names, and Claire Porter will do the scores on the doors. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Peter Adams.
4.
Roy Aldcroft.
4.
Claire Aspinall. Nicholas Bardsley.
4.
Joyce Barrow.
4, sorry.
Thomas Biggins.
4.
Edward Bennett.
Did somebody answer that, please?
4.
Andy Boddington.
Against.
Gwen Burgess.
4.
Roland Butler.
4.
Karen Calder. Dean Carroll.
4.
Lee Chapman.
4.
Steve Charmley.
4.
Ted Clark.
Abstain.
Gerald Dakin.
4.
Steve Davenport.
4.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Pauline D.
4.
David Evans.
4.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Hannah Fraser.
Against.
Rob Gittings.
4.
Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday.
Abstain.
Simon Harris.
4.
Nigel Hartin.
Against.
Anne Hartley.
4.
Nick Hignett.
4.
Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Roger Hughes.
4.
Vince Hunt.
4.
Ewan Jones.
Against.
Mark Jones.
4.
Simon Jones.
4.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee.
4.
Matt Lee. Elliot Lynch.
4.
Robert Macy.
4.
Jane McKenzie.
Abstain.
Chris Mellings.
Against.
Paul Milner.
4.
David Minery.
4.
Dan Morris.
4.
Pam Mosley.
Abstain.
Alan Mosley.
Abstain.
Peggy Mullock.
4.
Peter Nutting.
4.
Kevin Pardy.
Abstain.
Vivian Parry.
Against.
Tony Parsons.
Abstain.
Alex Phillips.
4.
Leslie Picton.
4.
John Price.
4.
Ed Potter.
4.
Mad Shinton.
4.
Robert Tyndall.
4.
Dave Tremellin.
4.
Kevin Turley.
4.
David Turner.
4.
David Basmer.
Against.
Claire Wild.
4.
Brian Williams.
4.
Les Winwood.
4.
Michael Wood.
4.
Tina Woodward.
4.
Paul Wynne.
4.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just wait for Claire Porter to come back with the numbers.
There were 46 votes for, 12 votes against and 7 abstentions.
Okay, I'm sure everybody heard that. 46 for, 12 against and 6 abstentions. 7 abstentions. So obviously that has clearly passed. Thank you, councillors. Moving on, bearing in mind we've got a break at 12 o'clock. Nevertheless, I will move on to the next item. Fees and charges 21-22. I invite Councillor Minery, Portfolio for Finance and Corporate Support, to present the report and move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Minery.
Thank you, Speaker. It's David Minery here, as you say, Portfolio Member for Finance and Corporate Support. This is the annual report which contributes to the budget, the financial strategy that's just been approved, which sets out the price increases that the council will be levying from the 1st of April. Virtually all are sort of inflation increases, 1 or 2 variations. I do apologise for the small print. If anybody's trying to read in the appendices, you do need a magnifying glass, but there are so many individual charges that it's very, very difficult to contain them in a readable or an easily readable format. The actual recommendations, Speaker, are set out on page 220, I think it is. Yes, page 220 of the pack. And I formally move them. In so doing, I do note the comment the leader's just made about the car parking charges. Obviously, that would have an impact on this report because it is assumed that we're in a normal year, as we have to do when we produce these sort of things. But as before, the money to relieve the car parking charges was found from the contingency COVID fund, and we're confident that when we get round to it, the same situation will apply next year. But for now, that needs to be moved as it stands, and I formally do so.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nutting, is that correct?
Yes, I second, but reserve my right.
Okay, good. All right. I've nobody indicating, so last chance. No, all right. Councillor Nutting, you reserved your right. Do you wish to come back on any of the comments passed?
No, I think that enough has been said.
Councillor Minery.
Indeed, I'm not going to comment on what I've just said myself.
Okay, well, we will then move onwards. I will accept this recommendation unless anybody else indicates differently. Is anybody else indicating differently? All right, we will accept that as is then. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 10, the capital strategy for 21-22 to 25-26. Once again, I invite Councillor Minery, the portfolio holder for Finance and Corporate Support, to present the report and move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Minery.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It's David Minery here again. Again, this is an annual event. It feeds into the financial strategy, which has been previously approved. And basically what this report does, it gathers together from all the various work areas, the portfolio holders, what their plans are for the foreseeable, and combines them all into a report which shows what is planned to be done in each of the years ahead and how that's going to be funded. I really think there's nothing more I need to say. It's fairly obvious what it is, fairly obvious what is planned and how it's going to be funded. As ever, it will be kept under review and come back to this council should there be a need to change it as we go forward. But I just move it as it is. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We will move to a vote then. I have had an indication from Councillor Vellings that he wishes for a vote to take place. Sorry. All right. Okay. No, sorry. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Seconded by Councillor Nutting.
Yes, and I'll reserve my right.
All right. I'm getting messages ahead of their time, so it's throwing me into confusion. But there we go. Confusion sorted. Anybody wish to speak? No? Well, I will say it again. Councillor Mellings has asked for a vote, so we will use the voting thing in the middle of the screen. when it appears. If members would like to vote, I would appreciate. Thank you.
You voted on the screen.
Abstain.
Please do mute yourselves. I can hear encouragement for people to vote in the background. Councillor Adams, can you just check if you're muted? You don't appear to be. Thank you. Okay, we've had 62 votes in, 69% are voting for, 13% are voting against, and 18% have abstained. So that is carried with its recommendations. And at this point, I think we're a few minutes early, but only 9 minutes early. We will take a 10-minute break and resume at 1 minute past 12. Thank you, councillors. Welcome back, councillors. I hope you can all hear me. I hope that 10 minutes has reinvigorated you and fueled your want to crack on and finish. So we'll move on to item 11, which is the Treasury Strategy for 21-22. Once again, I will invite Councillor David Minery, the Portfolio Holder for Finance and Corporate Support, to present the report and move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Minery.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, David Minery here. Before I start on the report itself, this is the final paper that I'm presenting today. So I would like to just take this opportunity of publicly thanking the whole finance team for everything that they've done to get us to the point where we've had such excellent and comprehensive reports to consider today. This one deals with the Treasury Strategy. The Treasury Strategy is all about what we do with the spare cash that we have. The amount we have in the bank at any one point in time is impacted on by a number of things, one of which being the capital programme, which was the previous item that's just been agreed, the timing of government grants, and also the cash flow demands placed on the authority as a whole, which can be quite significant for an organisation that's spending in excess of £10 million a week. It is a very difficult juggling act to make sure that we get it right. But so far, certainly throughout the last 4 years, the investment team have done an amazing job, and every single time they've managed to exceed the expectations that we placed on them. Interest rates, as we know, are at an all-time low, and in fact there are institutions now with negative interest rates, which makes it incredibly difficult to get any return at all. But against that background, we have a number of recommendations which I need to move. Now, they will be found on page 325 of the report pack. I'm not going to read them all out. I just formally move those recommendations, which are basically to approve the Treasury Strategy 2021 to 22. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is seconded by?
It's Councillor Nutting, and I reserve my right.
Very good. Thank you. We will move into the debate. Indication coming in. Councillor Roger Evans. Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Roger Evans, Councillor for the Longdon Division. And it is a question, Mr. Speaker, and it's on page 364 of the council papers today, and it's concerning the Jersey Property Unit Trust and the shopping centres. I understand we now brought it within the mainland, but it is the investment strategy, it says, non-specified investments. I note there isn't an A and a B for this particular one. Why use it associated risks? But my question is, in the last but one columns, which it says maximum percentage of overall investment, which puts £60 million as the total that is to be invested in that. Council bought, against the wishes of many here today, bought the shopping centres. Does that mean there's £8 million left to invest in it if we follow this strategy as laid down? Looking at what has been spent on the Darwin Centre and the renovations there, does that count as part of the investment for it? Because I see later on we're looking at the Pride Hill Centre and investing money there. So the question is £60 million a correct figure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? No? Okay, I will go back to Councillor Nutting, who withheld his right. Peter Nutting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll leave David to try and respond to the first part of that question, although I suspect some of these figures in this report aren't written in tablets of stone. They're maximum amounts that can be allowed, etc. But you clearly didn't follow the debate about the investment in the shopping centres, because there was some lines that said CapEx, and they were capital expenditure, and the money that has already been spent was quite clearly included in that capital expenditure of the main amount of money that was spent in the first place. There has been no extra funding for what went on in the Darwin Centre, from my understanding. But of course, yes, when we talk about the Pride Hill Centre, we will be starting in a different debate. But so I think you need to understand the finances far better. If you ever don't understand things, what you need to do is just ask officers, because they will explain everything in detail, rather than just coming to a council meeting and firing off without any detail. You do need to talk to officers occasionally, but most of the spending to date has been covered by the capital expenditure included in the initial amounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Minery.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. David Minnery here. Yeah, the leader actually is spot on. That is, that figure represents the maximum permitted investment when the decision was made 4 years ago. Doesn't necessarily follow that's the amount that's been spent. The basis of this report, as I tried to say at the beginning of the introduction, is that it is dependent upon these sort of decisions. Amounts of money are put to one side or earmarked and taken into account when the officers are calculating the amount that's free to invest on the in the investment market. And so they bear these figures in mind when they're making those decisions, knowing that there might subsequently be something that would take us up to the 60 million. But the future expenditure on those properties appears elsewhere.
Okay, well, we will now move to voting. But before we do that, I'm going to say I will accept these recommendations of this report unless anyone else indicates differently. If you wish to indicate differently, please say so now. In which case we will say that has been accepted, and we will move on to item 12, which is University Centre, Shrewsbury. I invite the leader, Councillor Peter Nutting, to present the report and move the report recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report really is a technical report. The government are very always want confirmation that we don't actually allow property we own to subsidise private enterprise. And it's clear if you read this report that we haven't been receiving rental income from the university. We're actually partners with the University Centre, with Chester University, to provide the university in Shrewsbury. And this recommendation is to seek the actual approval of the Secretary of State to continue with that arrangement for the next few years. We do believe that within about 2 or 3 years, the university will be in a position to start paying some rental, but there are all sorts of negotiations going on at the moment, which we will come back to council with any detail that if anything changes. But we want to continue with the present arrangement, and the reason is simple, really. We want to give the university an opportunity to thrive. It's been a slow burner. It's starting to really take off now. I'm pleased with the way it's going, but it does need a little bit more time to really get going. They had a change of Vice-Chancellor at Chester, and the new Vice-Chancellor, Professor Eunice Simmons, is changing some of the directions of the university. To put it in simple language, the university will be going for bums on seats. They do intend to introduce lots of courses that will actually be more popular with local people. And they're also going to be introducing lots of courses around adult social care and healthcare. And some of these courses actually will be short courses. So they'll be that, people will move in for a week or 2 at a time. They'll do a short course and go on. The numbers are expected to be substantially increased because of that over the next few years. But generally, I think this is a good report. It offers lots of opportunities as we go forward. And I'm very much a fan of the university, and I think it's really good for Shropshire. And I think this is a good report, and it is just a question of asking the government for approval to carry on as we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And that is seconded by, is it Councillor Charmley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Steve Chalmers speaking. Yeah, happy to second this report and reserve my right.
Excellent. Okay, I've got a couple of indications. Councillor Ed Bird.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll make it very brief. I work in education. I've worked in further education. I currently work in higher education. The HE sector's done extremely well over recent years. You'll have seen in the news, Vice Chancellors pay, investment into buildings, which is good. It's good that we're investing into education. But what I would say is I agree with the government stance that these institutions should not be subsidised in this sort of way, should stand on their own 2 feet. They are more than capable of doing that in the main, those that are run properly. But we are where we are with this, so I agree with what Peter's saying there. The intention to obtain rental, to support our, as we've seen from the budget, a very tight budget in the council. So I would encourage the council as soon as possible to start to derive income from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madge Shinton. Madge?
Thank you, Speaker. Madge Shinton, Clibbern Mortimer Division. Yes, indeed, I support this university centre. I've looked down the courses that they're offering, and my goodness me, they are most appropriate for what we need at the moment, which is nursing, social services, etc. Yes, we should support this in any way, and if that means that we don't get full rent for a year or two, I don't have a problem with that, because training for me is the way out of the problems we have at the moment. I urge that all support is given, rent or not, all support is given, because short term, long term, in-house, whatever, that's the training centre for this county. So I fully support this. Thank you, Chair. Speaker, sorry.
That's all right, Madge, don't worry. Thank you, Madge. Okay, nobody else is indicating, so I will go back to Councillor Chalmley, who reserved his right. Councillor Chalmley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a lot to say, just support the comments which have been made. I think it's important that we invest in this university or university centre and keep supporting it until it's in such a place to pay its ways going forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nutting.
Not much to add, just I agree with the comments from Ed Bird. Yes, we will be getting income at the earliest opportunity, but we do need to allow it a little time just to thrive before we push it too hard on money. But yeah, it's definitely a scheme that we need to be supporting, and it's for the benefit of all the youngsters, not just in Shropshire, but in the wider area. But the courses have changed quite a bit in recent times, and they are very appropriate for Shropshire at the moment. But yeah, I fully support this and hope everyone will do. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Now, once again, I'm going to accept the recommendation of this report unless anyone else indicates differently. I would ask if you're going to indicate before we start the next item. I'm sure it's one that we all want to support anyway, so okay, no indications, so we will take that as having been agreed, and we will move on to item 30, which is future civic accommodation. I'm going to invite Councillor Chalmley, the portfolio holder for assets, economic growth and regeneration, to present the report and move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Chalmley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Steve Chalmley speaking. Yeah, I'm really pleased to bring this paper, which is the next phase of the Civic Centre project. Previous council papers have outlined the various iterations of plans which we've come up with. These have obviously been affected firstly by climate change. Currently, Shire Hall costs over £350,000 a year just in gas and electric, and it produces over 400 tonnes of carbon a year, which is clearly not sustainable. So we needed to reassess. And then along came COVID, which has also changed our plans. Staff working from home is now accepted as the normal, although we would like to see staff working in some form in our offices and local communities going forward. We've also got partner organisations which we've been talking to for some time. All have been affected, not infected, in similar ways. They're also looking to downsize their office operations and cohabit with the council going forward. So this paper nails our colours firmly to the mast. The Pride Hill Centre is our preferred choice and seeks agreement to move to the next stage, which is the detailed design and project costings. So we are asking, or seeking agreement rather, to instruct officers to go away and do that work, and we intend to bring a further paper to council in the near future with a detailed costings and recommendations as I've already outlined. And part B of the paper also outlines the disposal strategy for the Shire Hall at the same time, and once again we're asking officers to go away and come up with a detailed disposal strategy for the Shire Hall, along with a preferred bidder at that stage. Once again, that paper will be coming back to council at the same time. The proposed relocation reduces the footprint of our current Shire Hall building down to 20% of its current footprint, and such a change is obviously going to have a major impact on our staff. We are engaging with the unions and starting to roll out and plan more drop calls, so taking Shropshire Council back into the communities, which will be existing in our market towns, so will be even more accessible. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I think the move into the Pride Hill and into our communities will A, reduce our carbon footprint, B, have a positive impact on the Shrewsbury town centre economy, C, reduce our running costs, D, be a foundation stone for the delivery of the big town plan, which is obviously a hugely important project for us and in the wider Shrewsbury area. And finally, create a better working environment for our staff and partners, which I think we would all endorse is very much needed. The current Shire Hall facility is well past its sell-by date, and I, for one, will be very glad to move into something more suitable accommodation for our staff. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll move the recommendation as set out in the paper, and I look forward to the debate and answering questions in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Chalmers, seconded by Councillor Milner, is that correct? Councillor Milner?
Yes, seconded by me, and I withhold my right.
Thank you. Okay, so I have had a couple of indications thus far. Councillor Pam Mosley first. Pam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My comments and question relate to the consequential redevelopment of the Shire Hall estate rather than the actual new accommodation. And paragraph 11.6 of the report states that this does not include at this stage the Unison Club, sports field and bowling green, as these are deemed to be important community assets and open space. Now, there are two things that concern me about this. One is the phrase at this stage, which doesn't give any sort of firm assurance as to their future protection. And secondly, there's a notable omission being the exclusion of the land, which until about 4 years ago was formed tennis courts. They were badly neglected and unmaintained, but they were tennis courts. Now, this land is currently in use as additional car parking for the Shire Hall and in use under the second of two temporary 2-year planning permissions for car parking. The current one expires in May this year. In both of these planning applications, the land was described as former tennis courts. They were not in use because of their deterioration, and the condition was poor because of neglect and couldn't be used adequately. The permanent loss of these two tennis courts will be contrary to Shropshire Council's own policy, local plan policies CS6 and CS8, and also paragraph 73 of the NPPF, which seeks to provide access to high quality open space for sport and recreation. The current pandemic has highlighted the need for such facilities. We all urge to get out there and exercise. Additionally, over 600 new homes are being built very near to the Shire Hall, which will increase demand for such facilities in this locality. Councillor Tom Biggins earlier, speaking about the Whitchurch swimming pool under the financial strategy, made the comment that it is essential to have good, fully functioning facilities close to home. And this, to me, would include tennis courts at this location. So in view of all these considerations, can the Deputy Leader provide some assurance that, as and when the Shire Hall site is redeveloped, these tennis courts, in addition to the Unison Club, sports field, bowling green, will be protected from development and retained for community use? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. Councillor Madge Shinton.
Thank you, Speaker. Madge Shinton, Clibberham Mortimer Division. I too wish to speak on the potential disposal of the Shire Hall. For me, we have an iconic 1960s building there. There isn't anything to compare it, I don't think, anywhere else in Shropshire. You may love it, you may hate it. Nevertheless, it is absolutely and epitomises the time that was built. It's as important, as I see it, to the Tudor and Georgian buildings we have further down the road in Shrewsbury. Please, can I urge somebody not just to dispose of it in a mediocre set of little boxes, which seems to be the proposal at the moment, Has any further investigation taken place by any of our officers or any councillors, those of you who are in the administration, as to whether or not this couldn't be for a hotel leisure combination exactly where it is, because it's geographically accessible. As I say, it has ample room there for car parking if it was needed. All I'm saying is, please don't just shove it for little unidentifiable, miserable boxes. I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the coffee break's taking effect. I've got a little rush of numbers here. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Roger Evans from the Longdon Division in Shropshire. I will not be supporting this. I think it is a false economy moving into the Pride Hill Centre. We should be looking at some means of regenerating social as well as retail in the town centre. To just convert it to offices, which will mainly be open from Monday to Friday from 9 till 5, it will mean that area of the town would be dead. We should be looking at what we can do to regenerate, to actually bring travellers, to bring tourists into Shrewsbury, not converting a main shopping area, or what is at present a main shopping area, into just offices. I also note that the in page 389, when it looks at the climate change appraisal, the word may appears 4 times, and the word will, I think, appears 1. So I just can't understand why it's coming forward now. We, or Shropshire Council, engage consultants to look at where new offices could be built. And then we told them they were not allowed to look at the Shire Hall site at all. They looked at some private sites, and amazingly, they looked at what was the Guildhall, where the university centre is. Why was this put on their radar to have a look at? When we looked at the previous report, when the university wishes to continue, are they moving or not? At a scrutiny, we asked that question, and we were told, no, there is no indication that the university wishes to move away from the Guildhall. So why was it included? To bring a consultant forward when the answer is almost predetermined, they would be picking the Pride Hill Centre, seems to be a waste of money in engaging consultants to give you the answer that you already know that you want. And they know you want it, and they provide it. They were given 4 sites, they looked at it and came forward. I also note recent comments about the staff, and numbers of staff have approached me and other councillors that I know, saying that they do not want to leave the Shire Hall site. They would prefer it. They have not been asked what their views are, anything like that. As I said right at the start of this meeting, staff is one of our most valuable resources. They've really pulled the stops out in this last year. And what are we doing? We are talking to the staff way down the line after a decision has been made and saying, yes, we will, you will move into the Pride Hill Centre. It goes too far, too fast. We should also look at the Shire Hall site, and I did bring forward figures and sizes to the scrutiny committee, and obviously those minutes have not yet been published because of the policy of the council, which said a 3-storey building on the Shire Hall site. The site is already owned by us. We could have a modern amenities there if it was wanted, and if it was decided the Shire Hall was not suitable in any aspect for future use by this council, it could be built there with minimum disruption. And we could actually look at positively what could happen with the Pride Hill Centre. We could encourage businesses in there. We could encourage all sorts in there to encourage the town centre to be used all the daylight hours and into the evening. to put offices there, I think is totally wrong, and I think it's a retrograde step. So I will not be supporting this. I think if we want to engage consultants, we should have a look and say, look, what is your recommendation for the future of Shropshire Council? To use part of the Shire Hall, renovate it, to rebuild on the Shire Hall site, or somewhere else? Not give them a limited number of choices for them to look at. I do support, however, the localism and taking officers out into the market towns so that residents can actually talk to officers there. It does fit in with the climate strategy. It does reduce our carbon, or the amount of carbon that is burnt in trying to talk to officers. But to move and say we are going into the Pride Hill Centre at this time as well, when there will be a new council, there will be new councillors, because some
about 30 seconds left, Roger.
Thank you. Some councillors are retiring. I think it should be deferred until the new council comes along and they can have a look at it then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Nutting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised at some of the comments, actually, because I regard the Pride Hill Centre as a good location for 400 or 500 office workers who would be relocated there. I think that's the best way to help the economy of the town centre. If you've got people working there, they will spend their dinner hours out in the town. After work, they will spend money in the town. And dare I say it, council workers are quite well paid workers. So, you know, they do have disposable income. We're also looking at bringing in outside organisations to share some of the space. So it won't just be council offices, it will be offices for other, mainly public sector organisations. So I really think that will give more of an economic boost to the town centre than any other suggestions. Also remember, we're only talking here about the lower floors. The floor as you go in will be, and a possible floor above it, will be about hospitality, you know, cafes, restaurants, bars, and with, we did take a decision at council a few months ago about the potential for a cinema in the upper floors, which I think will go down really well. So this isn't a negative move at all. This is a very, very positive move for the town centre. I'm glad Roger at the end of his speech did comment on the market towns, because that's actually intrinsic in what we're trying to do. We want to move the council out into the community. I get around Shropshire quite a lot these days, and it's quite a trek to Ludlow, Bridgenorth, Whitchurch. And I think we do need more of a presence in these market towns. So if we're taking people out of the Shire Hall, it's clear we don't need the building as it is. So I actually think that is going to be the way forward. Staff, I don't think will be working 5 days a week in offices as we go forward. I think it'll be a split for many of them. They'll work 2 or 3 days at home and 2 or 3 days in offices. So we'll wait and see. I don't usually disagree with Madge, but I'm going to today. I think the Shire Hall is an ugly lump of concrete. I've said this before. I don't think it does any favours to the 60s to say that this is one of the iconic buildings of the 60s. Quite the opposite. I think I'd be embarrassed to say that. And I personally believe getting rid of it is the best thing we can do. Now, we do need to be careful what replaces it, but that's what the planning system is for. So, you know, anything that comes forward will have to comply with planning. I hear what Pam Mosley's saying about the tennis courts, and I am sympathetic to that. No decisions have been made about that, and I do accept that in an ideal world, we would actually retain them. There is a slight problem, though, that even before the council stopped spending money maintaining them, they were rarely used. People didn't use them. And if you look at the way tennis works, particularly in Shrewsbury now, it works. Most of the tennis is played at the bigger clubs, Town Walls Club or the Welty Centre, as I call it. I think they call it the Shrewsbury Club now. And tennis tends to take place in different areas, and having a couple of odd tennis courts doesn't seem to work. They seem to need to have a bulk of courts, say 10 or 12 courts available, so that you can have proper competitions, etc. And trying to manage a couple of tennis courts away from other facilities is difficult. But no decisions has been made on that, and we will look at that. In terms of the playing fields, I'm quite happy to give a guarantee that they will be retained for forever, really. I think we do need them for the public open space in the area. So, yeah, I hope everyone will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Barrow.
Yes, Councillor Joyce Barrow, St Oswald Division. Yesterday on social media, I saw something which had been posted on social media by a member of our staff, someone I respect greatly, and I did actually get a photo shot of it and ask permission to use it if I needed to. So I'm going to. I think it is needed. I actually agree with Roger Evans. Staff's well-being is vitally important to us. The post says Shire Hall was modern and bright when it was opened. However, decades of neglect have rendered it shabby and unpleasant. Hot in the summer, freezing in the winter. The pandemic has been its final insult. The era of people driving across the county to spend the day there now seems anachronistic. I had plenty of good times there, but I hope I never have to work in there again. And I'll finish there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Basman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I was interested in Councillor Nutting's comments just now about the tennis courts, former tennis courts. I'd like those to be retained for, even if not tennis courts, for recreational use. But I mean, there is a growing interest in tennis at the moment, and I think that we should look at keeping those and not sell them off, as I think Councillor Nutting really hinted. Looking at this is no more than about the Conservatives have made a decision to buy 3 shopping centres, which is an extremely foolish decision, complete waste of capital resources, and now they can't fill them. So what's the next best thing to do? Well, to move Shire Hall into Pride Hill. Now, I think it's a completely bonkers idea. I think a lot of staff are very upset about this, and it is something which I would oppose, and I hope that a new council will look at this again and stop this silly move. But the other thing I'd just like to comment about, Councillor Steve Charmley mentioned the fact that the Shire Hill was very bad because, yes, it contributes 400 tonnes of carbon each year. Well, perhaps you ought to rethink that and apply it to the North West Relief Road, because that contributes 72,000 tonnes in its building, and that would take now, if we left the Shire Hall for 180 years, that would be an equivalent amount of carbon. So perhaps you ought to do some rethinking on that one, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got 4 more. If anybody else wishes to speak, please indicate now, because I'm going to kind of draw a line under this after these 4, or maybe 1 or 2 more. Alex Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, just to address some of the comments in the debate. Members will be aware of my reservations on the initial costs for buying the shopping centres, but I think the strategy proposed today is the correct one. Now, Roger addresses the issue of regeneration. Now, I'm old enough just to remember when the shopping centres were initially built in the late 80s. Of course, we very quickly came to a big recession there. And they've always struggled a bit since that time to fill both centres. I mean, long time before we purchased them, long time before a pandemic. There's always been a bit of an overcapacity there for the chain shops in there. This corrects that overcapacity. I think it is right that we move those major retailers into one of the shopping centres and release that capacity. So it means hopefully other retailers may fill some of the vacant sites we have throughout the town. So it's less, to use the expression, sort of pockmarked in terms of having empty spaces, which is affecting all too many town centres at the moment. So I think in reducing retail capacity, that's happening across the country. So it's the right strategy to go and do. And then secondly, on regeneration, Councillor Notting points onto this, mentions about the workers there spending money in the town centre. That's absolutely right. It's encouraging people to come in and have a leisure spend, which keeps, again, our vibrant retail sector, well, our independence retail sector going. So that is the right move as well. He also mentions leisure spending in the evening and the possibility of having cinema or something else there. So again, Roger says just a sort of ghost town after 5 o'clock in the evening. That would encourage spend after 5 p.m. Now, just finally going on to Madge's comments about sort of modernist architecture, I share some sympathy. I think it's right that we look after our heritage buildings, even if people don't always like them. So that includes the 60s, just as Georgian period, just as the Victorian period, just as the Tudor period. However, I'd agree with Peter. I don't think that the Shire Hall, in my personal view, is a shining example of that. We do have some good examples of it, of 60s architecture, just Market Hall, one I love, especially the clock tower with its spire at the top. So the space age optimism there. So I'd say, yeah, we should keep an eye on our heritage and not get rid of 60s buildings, look after the good ones. But the Shire Hall simply isn't one of those. So yes, this is the right strategy to go forward with relocating into the Pride Hill Centre. I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Tremlin. Councillor Tremlin?
Yeah, I support this only because I know that arguing against the fait accompli is a waste of time. But I'm still trying to figure out, when I asked for the data that supported the closure of Shire Hall, I was sent the report we were given to support keeping Shire Hall open.
Okay, that it?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Alan Mosley. Alan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I really don't know what's happened to Roger Evans and the Liberal group. I thought they were a progressive party that looked for new ideas and adopted to change with some foresight. But he's very much opposed to the big town plan in Shrewsbury, and he's very much opposed now to this. And I don't know why. I don't think he's read the big town plan. Or listened to any of the speakers during the festival that was put on a few weeks ago, because he would see that there is a vision, and he would see that there's a clear description about the way in which retail, housing, and shopping have changed, will change, and will continue to change in terms of the balance of what people want. Peter Nutting did point out that there's going to be leisure in the Darwin Centre and Pride Hill Centre rather, and he's right to do so. I'm against, and I think it was a ludicrous decision to spend £50 million, over £50 million on these things. There are other ways to influence their development, but nevertheless we are where we are on that. And there are massive regeneration opportunities in the use and the adaptation of those of large parts of the town centre, and this seems to have plus points all over the place. It will bring people into town, as people have said. People will work in the town, spend money in the town, stay in the town, and add to the vibrancy of the town. And it does seem to me that a good place to have the Shire Hall and associated civic functions is in the town, centre, rather than on the outskirts. I'm a sort of child of the 60s, and I suppose there's one or two other councillors who grew up in the 60s, but I'm certainly not proud of the Shire Hall, nor am I proud of lots of the 60s buildings that are in the town, and I wish we had the opportunity of changing them. Some we're trying to do by putting in new facades and livening them up a bit. So I support this very much, and I think it's important for the future of Shrewsbury Town Centre and the future of Shrewsbury as the capital of the county, and one of the areas from which wealth and influence flows into other market towns, and serving as an exemplar for other market towns, I hope. So please support this and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor David Minery. Then I'm going to go back to the seconder. I think we've given this a pretty good kicking around. I think everything that's been said is valid, but I think it's all heading in one direction and all the others. So anyway, Councillor David Minery.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. David Minery here. First of all, I think I wasn't going to mention other speakers, but I must commend Alan on the statements he's just made. He's absolutely right. I've over the years done a lot of peer reviews in councils length and breadth of the country, and a number of those have been situated or had some of their offices situated within shopping centres. And they all have told the same story, which is that doing that does enable the businesses that are retailing and the leisure businesses in there to be more viable than they otherwise would be. They are actually magnets for footfall, if only because of the staff who are working in them. So I think it's the right idea. I had my reservations initially, but having looked more closely at it, I think it's absolutely spot on. And it's refreshing to know that at least one of our opposition leaders has some common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Milner, you reserved your right.
Yeah, I think everything's been said really on the reasons why this should happen, and there's really no point in repeating what's been said in favour of actually moving. So I'll pass over then to the proposer.
Oh, it's very kind of you to do part of my job for me. Thank you very much. I'll pass back to the proposer now, Councillor Charming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you everyone who's taken time to comment during the debate. So some of the points have been covered, but I'll rattle through them anyway because it'll be easy from my point of view on a long list. Regarding the development of Shire Hall site, as I said at the start, a further paper will come back to that and details plans, and the planning process will take its own due course. So whether the tennis courts are included or the unison sports field, etc., we'll see what comes forward, and then we can comment on those at the appropriate time. Imagine iconic building and possible site for a hotel at Shire Hall. Imagine, I respect you fully, but iconic building, I think it's ugly personally. As you said, it's a matter of opinion. A hotel, whether that's the right site, we've certainly had no interest from a hotel chain to put a building there. Roger, what do you say? You want to expand the retail offer in the centre of Shrewsbury during a recession and the biggest retail crisis in history. Everybody knows that retail is shrinking, and condensing it into the Darwin Centre and repurposing the Pride Hill is absolutely the right way to do it. The fact that you can't see a vision for anything going forward doesn't surprise me, but I'm certainly pleased to see that Alan Mosley can see that vision, as he's been part of the building process for the Shrewsbury Big Town Plan and a huge part of it too. Roger, your comments regarding the Guildhall. Why did we look at it? If we didn't look at it, you'd be asking at this meeting, why didn't you look at it? So we can't win. It was the right thing to do. We looked at 5 town centre locations in total. It was absolutely right and appropriate that we did so. And Pride Hill has come out as a clear favourite on all fronts. So we are making the decision on that data, and a well-informed judgment it is too. Building on the Shire Hall site as a smaller footprint, there is one problem with that, Roger. Obviously, there would be less of a capital receipt for Shire Hall. The scheme that we're putting forward will be cost neutral to the council. The capital receipt we'll get from Shire Hall, and the grant we've already got to repurpose the Pride Hill Centre. As I said, it will make this scheme cost neutral to the council. So why wouldn't we do it? The fact that you say that we're taking this opportunity to fill a building that we don't know what to do with is completely wrong and irrelevant in my judgment. David Basmer, I'm not even going to credit your comments with a response. I thought they were out of order and just what we'd expect from the Lib Dems at this stage. Alan, I fully welcome your comments, and I'd just like to thank you for your input into the Big Town Plan, and this process. It's been invaluable to have all that local knowledge coming forward. And finally, David Minery, I think you summed it up. Shopping centres, civic centres, whatever they may be, that they are a magnet for footfall in the town centres. I've also done some peer reviews around the country, and we see where councils have gone out and built shiny new plush offices on new sites, spent millions and millions of pounds doing so, and then they've had to sell them off and lease them back because they can't afford them. We have not taken that decision. As I said previously, this is going to be a cost neutral venture for the council, and it's absolutely the right thing to do, and it's absolutely the right place to build it. So with that, I think we need to go to the vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger has indicated for a vote. I can assure him I would have been taking a vote, because the debate has clearly shown that there is a difference of opinion on this. So the vote will now be taken using the poll feature, which will appear in the centre of your screen. Please vote when this appears. And mute while you do it, if you could. Whoever was breathing loudly, please. Okay, we are up to 60 votes, I think. Claire, do you want to say it now, or now that you've got the bit back on your screen that you can read from?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. There are 47 votes in favour of this, 10 against and 3 abstentions. Thank you.
Okay, so that has passed. Thank you, councillors. Obviously, as said at the beginning, item 14 has been withdrawn and will be brought to a future council meeting. So we will move on to item 16, notices of motion. The following motions have been received in accordance with procedure rule 16. Councillor Gwilym Butler has 16.1, I guess.
Sorry, Speaker, but there's item 15.
Oh, right, sorry, yes, that's hidden underneath. Yep, no, you're quite right. Annual report of the portfolio holder for assets, economic growth and regeneration. May I remind you that portfolio holder responses are for information only. Questions may be put to the portfolio holder on the work they're undertaking, but as no decisions are taken on these items, no motions are to be put. Apologies for that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Steve Chalmley, portfolio holder for assets, economic growth and regeneration speaking. I thought I got away with it then as well.
Yeah, you nearly did.
I hereby present my portfolio holder report for the past year. As members will note, despite being dominated by COVID-19 and floods, there's been an awful lot of work going on across the county. I don't intend to go into the details of the report, as it is comprehensive, and I'm sure that members will have read it in detail. I just want to bring a few highlights to focus on. We've spent over £100 million, or passed on £100 million in grants to businesses since March. So I wanted to just pay tribute to the teams involved in doing the processing of these grants so efficiently. Yes, there's been occasional hiccups in the process, given the numbers and the amount of businesses involved. That's not really surprising, but overall the grants have gone out the door at some great pace. COVID recovery work and preparing for our future plans to assist high streets to emerge from lockdown are ongoing. Oswestry Growth Corridor continues to develop and emerge from the ground, so that's a really positive one for the Oswestry area. As we've just heard, the Shrewsbury Riverside plans Papers will keep coming on that one as more and more detail gets added to the mix. And in addition to that, obviously the Big Town Plan, which we've just been referring to as well, they are all building blocks for the future of our county town. Business Park Programme, investing £50 million in the next few years into our business parks around the county, starting with Bishop's Castle and Ellesmere, and building on the successes of schemes such as Turn Valley in Market Drayton, which is now thriving after struggling to get going. It's had a real boost this year and is now filling up rapidly. On our commercial strategy, making acquisitions to shape how our communities feel and look going forward has been a key strain for the last year, and it will continue to be so. We'll be continuing to push this model with further planned purchases across the county to enable economic growth. Mr. Speaker, there is an awful lot in that report, and I don't think I need to say any more, but I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions? Alan Mosley.
Yeah, there's lots of good things in the report, obviously, and congratulations particularly to those staff who have been operating under conditions and getting out the money very quickly to all and sundry. I'm sure that's been a great assurance for local businesses and local employees. Within all these wider issues, though, and particularly we've already referred to the wider issue of the Big Town Plan, there is unfortunately problems at a parish pump level relating to the way in which we manage our assets and the way in which we present a good environment and a good street scene for visitors and residents themselves. I've been, for the last 2 or 3 years, particularly in the last year, very disturbed about a lack of response from officers in certain departments. No doubt something to do with work rates, no doubt something to do with reorganisation of those areas, no doubt something to do with a lack of leadership on relatively small scale matters, such as a new footpath needing further development in the Castle Walk English Bridge area, the old canal path leading from the flax mill into town, which is a major feature of movement for and active travel for the Big Town Plan. We've had in New Tree Close in Ditherington, Spring Gardens, we've had the estate which has been adopted now for 2 years, 2.5 years, and it's been impossible to get any action on maintenance of some landscaping that requires urgent treatment. Weed spraying around residential areas. People in Treasury will know particularly about the forest around the Dana footpath diversion. The pavements in and around our residential areas where I represent are in a terrible state, and there's been plans to resurface them on 2 or 3 occasions. It's come to a halt. I could go on and on and on, but while we're thinking about these big movements and large assets and economic growth, we've also got to think about the smaller areas which are so important. I was going to make some of these points in response to the motion that David Vasmer's putting forward about footpaths and the work and movement for pedestrians, because they interfere with that. Some of these issues that I'm mentioning lead to conflict between cyclists and pedestrians. They are very important on a day-to-day basis for large numbers of people. And as I say, they may seem like parish pump, but it's very important. It seems impossible to find anyone to take charge, make decisions, to take action on some of these things. And I know other members suffer from this as well, in terms of getting communications going and get things done. Just something to bear in mind, Steve, and something to perhaps have a word with 1 or 2 people, as I'm trying to get something done about these things. the devil is in the detail, and a lot of the details in many of our areas is a cause of great concern.
Thank you. David Vasmer, Councillor Vasmer has indicated he has a question to put. Councillor Vasmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask about the Mile End development and the new bridge which is being proposed. There was concern about the bridge not being friendly for pedestrians, not being friendly for cyclists, being totally against all the policies the government are pumping out and all the policies we've adopted as a council, and yet we are going ahead with it. Why is that so?
Okay. Councillor Chandling, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the two comments. Alan, the footpaths and the issues you refer to isn't in my portfolio, but not wanting to fob you off with that, we will take it up as with cabinet colleagues and to see what we can do. I take on board the comments you make, but it's not directly within my gift, so I'll have to speak to colleagues on that one. David Vasmer, regarding the bridge over the A5 at Mile End, yeah, it's been drawn up by WSP. So again, it's a highway scheme rather than economic growth scheme, but we'll look at that. It's not something I've been made aware of before, so yeah, I'll have a look at it.
All right, Roger, sorry you indicated too late. So I'm sure you'll manage to pick up whatever it is you want to say somewhere in the rest of it. So we're going to move on. There's obviously no vote on that. It's just there for noting. So we will move on as I did 10 or 15 minutes ago to notices of motion. The following motions have been received in accordance with Procedure Rule 16. First one is Councillor Gwilym Butler, supported by Councillor Cecilia Motley, Peggy Mullock, Paul Wynne, Christian Lee, Les Winwood, Michael Wood, David Turner, Paul Milner, Joyce Barrow, Tom Biggins, Gerald Deakin, well, that's probably supposed to say Dakin, William Parr, Dan Morris, Nick Hignett, Roy Allcroft, and Robert Tyndall and Rob Gittins. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the preamble and motion is before you, and I will not repeat the preamble. Shropshire and the rural counties have been neglected by successive governments over many decades. The recognition from the current government that there has to be a levelling up of funding and infrastructure is great news. We must make sure that Shropshire is included in that agenda and that we receive fairer funding and an equality of funding for outcomes for our residents. We cannot rely on constant increases in local council tax to deliver national infrastructure and social care. Rural areas are being squeezed unfairly, and with the changes to the agricultural payments that we are going to see shortly, this only compounds the issues for our communities across the county. And we need to ensure the government takes a sewn-up response for the levelling up across Shropshire. We need to ensure that the current deficit between urban and rural funding is addressed, and we in Shropshire get our fair share of government funding and support. The motion reads, this council therefore instructs the leader of the council and the chief executive to write to the Prime Minister, Chancellor, Secretary of State MHC at LG, seeking a commitment that the levelling up agenda should be widened to include Shropshire and other rural shire counties, and that the government should commit to and deliver a fairer funding settlement for council services and infrastructure requirements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Obviously, there are a list of names there, but I believe Councillor Motley will be seconding this.
Sorry,
Speaker,
Councillor Dan Morris will be seconding this in Cecilia Motley's absence.
Yeah, okay. And are you withholding your right?
I am certainly withholding my right, thank you.
Okay, I've had an indication from Roger Evans, Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roger Evans, Councillor for the Longdon Division. First of all, what I was going to say previously was to say thank you to the portfolio holder for his help in sorting some grand problems in my area. I don't often say thank you, but when it is deserved, I do say it. So thank you, Steve, for the help that you gave me in the particular problem that I raised at the Cabinet. However, I'm also supporting this as well. So, and I would hope that it's unanimous. But yeah, any help that I can give, or I'm sure that anybody else from my group can help in taking this forward, we're there with you, Gwilym. yes, we do need it for the sake of the residents of Shropshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pauline D.
Thank you, Speaker. I just it sort of takes in a lot of what I said in my address to the budget. The inequality of what Shropshire has got, you know, as regards to funding, and I just wonder, are the MPs going to be joining in? Because I really think that they ought to be putting their money where their mouth is. And let the people know that they are behind them.
Thank you. I think it's probably our money where their mouth is, but there you go. Councillor Peter Nutting.
So I have to unmute myself. I'm more than happy to write to the Prime Minister, and I will do so. In the letter, I will also invite him to come up to Shropshire. I'm not sure how well he knows the county. I know he's been here a couple of times over the last couple of years, but I think if we could get an official visit from him, that might help. So as long as everybody's happy, I will include an invite to the Prime Minister to actually visit Shropshire in the letter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. There is, sorry, Alan. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's a no-brainer to support this, except that what I'd like to point out that we're talking about an increase in funding, not a redistribution of existing funding, because paying Peter to pay Paul is not what we should be about. If urban areas do get a higher level of grant per capita, then to some extent that's because they have a higher level of various criteria, such as social economic deprivation and the constitution of the communities. So we want to be clear that this is about increasing the overall budget, so that more emphasis can be put on rural areas like ours, not redistributing the same quantum, so that it takes some from very needy areas with equal needs compared to ours.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Wood.
Thank you, Speaker. I didn't realise that Alan was going to conclude so quickly. Speaker, it was a product I was digging around and rummaging yesterday in my shed when I came across a annual council meeting agenda and minutes dated the 28th of April 1995. The only other person who will remember that and is present today is, of course, Councillor Mellings. And it was interesting then that the standard spending assessments was coming under some considerable pressure because for much the same reasons that we're talking about and have talked about all day, in that they were deemed insufficient. Much at the time, of course, was being made about the standard spending assessments and, of course, the cap. And of course, that came in, of course, in another financial crisis. But it was a Labour leader of the county council at the time who was making the plea for some adjustments, but most of all for the increase in the cap so that she could spend more money. And this was supported at the time by the Liberal Democrats. In addition to that, however, there was an amendment and an agreement with the Conservatives at the time that we should in actual fact approach government for a levelling of the funding. And one of the anomalies at the time, the biggest anomaly at the time, was that of the education settlement. At the time, Councillor Pate, who sadly isn't with us today, but he would recall that he and I visited ministers in the then Conservative government, making pleas for a different method of funding, and accompanied by, at the time, Christopher Gill and the once great John Biffin. Pauline D earlier on said in the meeting that she wasn't holding her breath particularly for this fairer funding formula to ever come into being, and I think Pauline, that probably you and I, given the time span that I'm talking about, is that nothing has particularly happened to assist and help rural economies and rural councils such as ours. I'd love to think I'm wrong, but I'm afraid I've been sceptic on this matter for too long to believe it will ever really happen. And so I'm absolutely in support of it, as you would imagine, given the time span that I've been involved in trying to get fairer funding implemented. But again, sadly and regrettably, although I absolutely support the efforts we're making, I'm doubting that we'll ever genuinely see it come into being.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler has indicated he wishes to speak, but of course, as his motion, he has the right of reply. Nobody else has indicated, so I'm going to come back to Dan Morris as the seconder first to see if there's anything he wishes to say, because he withheld his right.
Yeah, just briefly, as well as the points raised in the piece on screen, Shropshire is also the 17th largest road network in the country, but we don't have commensurate spending there. So the levelling up agenda relates to all these sorts of things. In 2019, up to £4,000 a head less than pupils in London per head on education spending as well. So it crosses a fair piece, and I'm glad to see that this will get full support across the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, then, you have the right of reply to what you've heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to come back on a couple of points. Pauline, the MPs, I believe we are supported by the MPs, especially Philip Dunn. I sit on the Rural Services Network for Shropshire Council, and Councillor Mott is there. That is an organisation that has membership across the rural counties and districts and boroughs across the country of England. It also has representation from a lot of outside bodies who are interested in the rural areas. Philip Dunn is now the chair of the MP lobbying group, and we have a membership of 85 MPs in the House that actually support us in lobbying government on this proposal. Alan, I have a somewhat a reality check and disagree with you that it should be a bringing up of funding. The problem is obviously lack of funds generally after the pandemic. The current funding arrangements are all based on density, and that's why we have been probably the poor relation, because we're not dense, so we are very rural and sparse. Now, how can funding be the denser you get more money? Well, if you're in a dense urban area, you've got buses, you've got trains. Why should you need more money for roads when they're getting 40–50% more per mile on road spending than us? It simply is not fair, and I'm pleased to see that the prospective fairer funding agreement was actually moving away from density and putting it access to services. How long does it take, or how does the member of the public in an area access their services, and how hard is it? And if we were to put fairer funding to that footing, Shropshire would be far better off. I move the motion, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right. I think we're all, from what I've heard, pretty well much broadly on the same page with this, and we welcome this. So unless anybody says or indicates fairly quickly otherwise, I'm not going to take a vote on this. I will take it that we have all accepted this motion. So speak now if you ever hold your peace. No? Okay. I will take, sorry, is that somebody speaking? No. Okay. I will accept then that this motion has passed. We will move on to the second motion, which has been received from Councillor Julian Dean. I believe it's being proposed by Councillor Vasma. No, it's been proposed by Julian Dean, despite the misuse of the chat bar earlier. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. So the purpose of this motion is to provide a framework for our forthcoming local transport plan, because changing these things after they've been written is always more difficult. And I think the context for that is clearly the climate emergency, which apparently we accept, although there seems to be some contradiction in some of our policies. But I think it's just worth pointing a few bits and pieces out regarding that. So the total transport carbon emissions in the Midlands, 96% is from road-based transport, cars, vans and HGVs. And interestingly, rural authorities have, although 58% of the population, we have 73% of those road-based transport emissions. So any rethought about our transport planning has to take seriously the hierarchy which is embedded in this motion, which is about first of all reducing and then shifting towards sustainable transport modes, mass transit, buses, which is the big story in this county, and it's interesting that they've been mentioned a couple of times today already, and then electrifying what is left. This motion is in line with the thinking of the Association of Directors of Place, who talk about, again, exactly that same shift in hierarchy. It's in line with the West Midlands Combined Authority Plan, and also it embeds a call for this shift in hierarchy towards Midlands Connect, who are undergoing their own refresh of their transport plan right now. So I'm really pleased, actually, that although I'm going to be opposing the amendment, the fact that the majority party are amending rather than opposing this presumably means, although it's difficult to tell given the amendment, but presumably means that that hierarchy is accepted, that we need to be shifting away from a predict and provide model to an avoid, shift and improve model. But having said all that, let's one other point I want to make actually about the motion, which is it's not just is it about emissions, it's also about social equity, that we know that many people in social housing don't have cars, that within poorer households most people may well not have access to the car keys. So we need to be providing a much more equitable way for people to move about. We need to be planning for connectivity, which is why broadband and buses are so important as part of this whole piece. In terms of the amendments which have come forward, I'll first of all deal with the amendment that's come from the Liberal Democrats. Now, that amendment takes the...
Councillor Dean, can I stop you there? It's for other people to put the amendments.
I need to explain why they're accepted in or not accepted in.
Councillor Dean, that's for them to do.
I need to explain why they're accepted in or not accepted in.
And I'm telling you no.
Well,
no? You can speak
okay, then I should just continue with my proposal. I appreciate that. Thank you. So my proposal is that this motion is setting a framework, which really means that we do have to rethink what we're doing about the North West Relief Road, and it's inconsistent with this proposal to suggest that we pursue that we sort of celebrate the North West Relief Road as if it is going to bring economic development, which is simply not proven. The CPRE has done investigations into previous road schemes which show that there is very little evidence of economic benefit, So having said all that, I'm not accepting in the amendments. I think that the one amendment is effectively contradictory and suggests that whilst the majority party's heads may be beginning slightly to turn towards sustainable transport, their hearts are still committed to tarmac. I'm not accepting in the other amendments simply because I feel that we need to vote on it, and if I was to accept it in, that would risk the whole motion falling. Okay. So I move.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. So I assume that is being seconded by Councillor Vasmer. It was a bit confusing what you said earlier. Is that being seconded by Councillor Vasmer?
Yes, I'm seconding that and reserve my right.
Okay, good. So now we move on to the amendments. The first amendment that has come in is the amendment that's been moved by Councillor Nick Bardsley and seconded by Councillor Steve Davenport. Councillor Bardsley.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nick Bardsley, Councillor for Wrighton and Baschurch. Can I just say at the outset, to clarify things, that I think, like every other member of the council, I haven't actually seen the planning application submitted last week. So anything I say now is in the context that I've actually no idea what's in the planning application. I'm sure there will be many representations in support, there'll be some against it, and those will certainly be very carefully thought through officer advice. So I can't and I don't have any view on the planning application itself. Turning to the amendment, Mr. Speaker, can I just say at the outset that this motion, as unamended, is a good one. It's in line with council policy on climate change. I'm sure we all support that. and the Corporate Climate Strategy and Action Plan was, of course, adopted very recently at our last council meeting 2 months ago. But there is, in my view, an important omission from this motion, and that is improvements to roads. Our trunk road network generally, of course, the A5, the A49 and so on, and specifically the Northwest Relief Road. The climate strategy is vitally important to Shropshire, of course, but so is the future of Shropshire's economy, especially when we're trying to get that economy restarted in the next 2 to 3 years after the devastation of the COVID pandemic. So I'm unashamedly a fan of road improvements because it's part of what Shropshire desperately needs, which is better communications. But there is, in fact, another very powerful environmental argument, in my judgment, for building this new road. Those of us who have to use Smithfield Road to get from the west side of town up to Halscote and Battlefield, which of course we have to do at the moment, know just how congested it gets and how polluted the atmosphere often is, with traffic stationary or grinding its way through the one-way system by the station. And those of us living, as I do, anywhere close to any of the rat run routes on the north and west side of town just appreciate how difficult it is with drivers trying to get from the A5 south towards Battlefield and Halscote, all the other way around. And of course, it's not just my division, Ryton 11 Towns, Bastchurch and Walford. It's just as bad in Montford Bridge and Fitz, and no doubt other locations as well. These communities desperately need relief from the blight of heavy goods vehicles, vans, as well as cars, clogging up B roads and country lanes. They've been suffering for decades from congestion, pollution, and frankly, constant danger if they try to step off the pavement. And this isn't something that happens now and again. It's every weekday, 52 weeks of the year. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the amendment. And can I please ask for a recorded vote? I think this is a very important issue, and I think it's very important that each of us says clearly where we stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, well, when we get to the vote, I will need to get 15 people to agree to a recorded vote. However, Councillor Steve Davenport, you have seconded this. Are you withholding your right, or do you wish to speak now?
I withhold my right. Thank you.
Okay. I've had an indication, firstly by form of a backslash from Andy Boddington, and then a request to speak. So, Councillor Boddington, /.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and my apologies for the slash. What concerns me about this amendment is that it's moving us towards predetermining the planning application, and whereas the original motion talked about review and looking at how the Northwest Relief Road sits in our current policies, which are very different from those of 2 years ago, and indeed sort of 10, 20 years ago when this road was first thought up. There is a major issue with congestion in town and in some villages, and that is very important. However, what we know is that if you build a road, you increase traffic on the way to the road, and if you create space in a town centre, it fills with traffic. That's happened in all sorts of towns across the county. You know, traffic just fills up the space available. And I don't believe for a minute that this will actually reduce congestion. So I think the amendment is actually wrong in principle, because it puts us too close to predetermining the planning application, which we haven't yet seen. And I honestly don't think the road will solve the problems it's trying to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Advice has been sought and taken from the monitoring officer, and it's not felt that this in any way indicates a predetermination. as the proposer said, there are actually no plans in at the moment, and when they're in, they will be considered on a level playing field. However, that said, I've got Councillor Dean. Oh, they're coming in now. Councillor Dave Chamberlain. Oh no, he's leading the meeting. Councillor Dean Carroll. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Speaker. I very much welcome this amendment, and I support what the mover of the amendment said about this motion being valid emeritus on its own right. But I think that this is also a very important addition to that amendment, to this motion. As the local member for the Battlefield area of Shrewsbury, some of the streets through my division are among the worst affected outside of Shrewsbury town centre by the congestion build up, by people trying to get from north to west and from west to north. Whitchurch Road, Battlefield Road, Featherbed Lane are regularly at a standstill. Those roads weren't built for the volumes of traffic trying to fight their way through. And that leads to people trying to shortcut and rabbit run through the housing estate surrounding them, which is absolute misery for the residents of those. It puts them and their children at risk because you have drivers that don't know the area speeding through residential streets to try and cut out traffic jams, to try and cut across town because the A5 Dobbys Island or the A5 A49 at Preston Boats are congested. So the Northwest Relief Road is absolutely essential, not just for all of the macro reasons that the mover has suggested, but also for the micro reasons as well, for the quality of life of people in the Battlefield division that I represent. So I will be very much supporting this motion, Speaker, and if it helps you, I'll happily confirm now my support for a recorded vote on it.
Thank you. Councillor David Minery.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. David Minery here. Yes, I'm happy to have a recorded vote, but I want to speak for the northern and eastern corner of Shropshire. Those of our residents who have from time to time a need to get to the other side of Shrewsbury, in particular to the hospital, but really anywhere on that part of anywhere to the west, particularly the morning. I mean, my heart, thank goodness we're all at home, my heart used to sink at the thought of trying to get into the Shire Hall for 9 or even 9:30 of the morning on a council day, because we get to the Battlefield roundabout and it's just solid traffic from whichever way you go from there. It's just solid traffic. This has been in the pipeline now for, well, I joined the county council in 2005 and it was being talked about then. It is long overdue and I'm more than happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm against this amendment. There was a request to put a motion in about the Northwest Relief Road, and the advice was that if it was put in, members who actually voted for that were going to be termed as having predetermination for the Northwest Relief Road. So I'm surprised, very surprised, that this amendment has been accepted. Whether you've seen the application or the notes on it or not, members today are saying they will support this regardless. That is predetermination in my book, and this meeting is being recorded, and I would expect some will be challenged. So I'm amazed it's there. I have not read the application, but my understanding is at present I would not support it. I will read the application and everything there, and I will make a final decision at that time. But I'm certainly not saying that regardless, that is my decision now. And I am amazed that some councillors are now saying that it's the best thing. To spend nearly £90 million on a bypass, which is what this is, the A5 and the A49 and the Battlefield roundabout could all be updated. It would cost far, far less, and we would also preserve the sites of strategic interest that is there to do it. We have not seen the business plan. We were told the business plan would be available last summer. It isn't. We're now being told it will be November before we actually see it. Can it be afforded? I don't know. And that's what the next amendment is about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor David Basma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor David Vaz from Underdale. Yes, I just wanted to pick up some of the comments that have been made about the Battlefield roundabout. And my understanding is that, you know, the North West Relief Road will end up at the Battlefield roundabout, and that there'll be a lot more traffic there as compared to now. I mean, I don't think it's going to offer any relief to that part of town whatsoever. And surely the way to tackle the problems around there is you know, to look at things like low traffic neighbourhoods and look at ways of managing traffic. But the other thing which I find quite surprising is Councillor Dean Carroll's done a lot of good work on climate change. But I mean, you know, we're talking about a road which is going to contribute 72,000 tonnes of CO2. You know, it's mind blowing, the actual, and it'll bust a huge great hole in our climate change strategy. And I just don't understand the logic of their particular argument.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Morris. Councillor Morris, are you on mute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. I just want to speak on behalf of my constituents that live just south of Shrewsbury and wanting to travel north and northwest around the town. This will make a huge difference to their lives, to their livelihoods. I quite often make that journey myself. The congestion in and around the A5 roundabout at Dobbies is you know, it just beggars belief sometimes. So taking some traffic the other way around is a good thing. I'm just speaking on what Roger said about predetermination. The clue is in the fact that the planning application isn't in yet, Roger, so you can't predetermine yourself. Right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, point of order if I can. The planning application has been submitted.
Yeah, Roger. Yes, okay. Thank you, Roger. Now, Councillor Dean, you do have the right to reply on the amendment. Is there anything you wish to say? This is your moment in the sun.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I didn't realise I had a right to reply on the amendment, but let's just.
Earlier, so.
Okay, so I just want to take. Actually, I do want to just mention the Dobbies roundabout issue. I mean, let's just think the logic through. All it means is that those traffic is going to be split and then rejoin again at a roundabout somewhere near Shelton. So you'll then meet all that traffic again, which will be lovely. So the main point here is that we're voting on a substantial motion in a bit, I hope, which is going to support a strategy of reduce, shift the mode and then electrify what is left. But we're adding into it a celebration of a way of increasing traffic. It beggars belief that we would take this opportunity to do this. I absolutely get that there's a discussion to be had, but to take this specific opportunity when we are looking to shift things in precisely the opposite direction, it really does say effectively that we don't believe this. We'll vote for the rest of the motion, but actually we don't believe it. It's not where our hearts is. Our hearts are still with road building, and we can all the rest is just window dressing. So I think it's a really disappointing misuse of this motion to propose this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to ask for a box to be put up to get my 15 people to go for a recorded vote. If we could do that in the behind me, if that's possible. I think that's probably the quickest way of doing it. Or maybe not. Just give it another second, and if it doesn't, then I will ask for 15 people to indicate verbally.
Or in the chat
or in the chat box. Okay, there's no box. Please, here we go. Okay, for a recorded vote, we need a minimum of 15 people. So if you would like to, what we're voting on here is to take a recorded vote. As I said, it needs a minimum of 15 people. So if you want a recorded vote, vote now.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have more than 15.
All right, we've already got more than 15, so brilliant. Excellent. So that will now be a recorded vote. I will ask the Chief Executive to read out the names. We are voting on the First Amendment. Obviously, if this vote is successful, it then becomes a substantive amendment, and then we'll take the Second Amendment. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you. Peter Adams.
4.
Roy Aldcroft.
4.
Claire Aspinall. Nicholas Bardsley.
4.
Joyce Barrow.
4.
Thomas Biggins.
4.
Edward Bird.
4.
Andy Boddington.
Against.
Gwen Burgess.
4.
Gillian Butler.
4.
Karen Calder. Dean Carroll.
4.
Lee Chapman.
4.
Steve Charmley.
4.
Ted Clark.
Abstain.
Gerald Dakin.
4.
Steve Davenport.
4.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Pauline D. David Evans.
4.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Hannah Fraser. Rob Gitt.
4.
Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday.
Against.
Simon Harris.
4.
Nigel Hartin.
Against.
Anne Hartley. Nick Hignett.
4.
Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Roger Hughes. Vince Hunt. 4. Ewan Jones.
4.
Mark Jones. Simon Jones.
4.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee.
4.
Matt Lee. Elliot Lynch.
4.
Robert Macy.
4.
Jane McKenzie. Chris Mellings.
Against.
Paul Milner.
4.
David Minery.
4.
Dan Morris.
4.
Anne Mosley.
Against.
Alan Mosley.
Against.
Peggy Mullock.
4.
Peter Nutting.
4.
Kevin Pardy.
Against.
Vivian Perry.
Against.
Tony Parsons.
Against.
Alex Phillips.
4.
Leslie Picton.
4.
John Price. Ed Potter.
4.
Mad Shinton.
Abstain.
Robert Tyndall.
4.
Dave Tremellin. Kevin Turley. David Turner.
4.
David Basmer.
Against.
Claire Wild.
4.
Brian Williams. Les Winwood.
4.
Michael Wood.
4.
Tina Woodward. Paul Wynn.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Claire will just work those out. Roger, can I just, although it's probably against your nature, get you to mute, please? Thank you. I'm sure it won't be off for long. Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, there were 36 votes for this amendment, 15 against and 3 abstentions.
Okay, so 36 for, 15 against, 5 abstentions. This motion now becomes the substantive motion. So we'll now take the second motion to see if that then becomes the substantive. So the first amendment has superseded the original motion. So motion 2. Who's going to speak to motion 2? There's not a bit short on that.
Councillor Roger Evans, Speaker, going to propose the amendment 2. Is that what you're looking for, please?
That is what I'm looking for. There's no name on my piece of paper that I got at the very last minute this morning, I might add, at 20 minutes to 10. But there we go. Roger, are you going to speak?
Yep, I was just waiting for you to call me, Mr. Speaker. Yes, putting forward what I think is a consistent approach for the North West Relief Road. We need information, and that is what this is for. For those who haven't read it, please read it. It's looking at the future commitments that the Shropshire Council is taking on, the declaration about climate emergency, and the likely reduction in traffic and people moving around because of the new way of working. And I do get information when I ask for it, but there's some information that officers won't do because it's in future reports. But I asked about section 106 and SIL because we're being told the North West Relief Road will actually fund that. Well, according to the information I've got, section 106 funding available to the council is 18.2 million, committed in the capital programme 15.5. So there's just 2.7 million left to do the 106 commitment for the rest of Shropshire, which I hope is building houses. Just 2.7 million to do it. And then if we look at SIL, according to the information, we've received 42 million. And there is commitments all the way down to spend 42 million. So the SIL, it's all been committed. I presume the North West Relief Road is in that. There is no SIL available to do anything else. No money available to go forward with positive commitments to help this council through it, to help the residents of Shropshire. So A of the amendment, the growing capital commitments that are now needed to be invested in transport infrastructure, including road safety throughout the market towns and rural areas. We need to have some investment in that. There is another way where we can relieve the traffic and the problems through some of our villages in the northwest of Shrewsbury. We need to improve the A5, we need to improve it, but with the likely traffic and the vehicles that are there, do we need the Northwest Relief Road? That is what this is asking for as part of the LTP4 as the preparation for it. Climate emergency, we've heard what the proposer of the motion said right at the start. There's COP26 in Glasgow in November. Hereford has cancelled their bypass because it does not meet the climate structure that the government are putting forward. The government, which is a conservative government, and they're doing it. And as I say, in C, the likely reduction in traffic as more people work from home following the pandemic. That is happening, and it was stated very much so in earlier motions today. So please support this amendment because I think it is the way forward. Let's have as LTP4 look at the Northwest Relief Road and see what it will do and whether it can be afforded, and let's have a further report on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And your motion is seconded by
Councillor Green, Quarry and Coton Hill. I'll second.
All right.
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. So this motion is now open for debate. Okay, nobody's indicating. So Councillor Green, you have reserved your right. Is there something you wish to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Mr. Speaker. I think really just to reiterate what Councillor Evans has said, and that the pandemic has accelerated the changes that in transport that have already been taking place due to the climate emergency. And even if they haven't taken place, they must take place. And I think by supporting this amendment, the council will show that it is supporting transport for all of Shropshire residents, not just those with cars, and also helps to support our most vulnerable residents' transport needs. And all of which would be encouraging in a framework of a zero carbon emission targets, which we have already signed up to. So I'll leave it at that, but I would urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Roger.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have a right to speak again, but I stand corrected. But I note there's a request for a recorded vote, and I would support that.
No, Roger, you're quite right. I should have gone back to Julian. There's no questions for you to answer anyway. So, Julian, you have the right to reply as the original motion setter. Is there anything you wish to say?
Much as I'd like to, I think the right of reply now belongs to the mover of the First Amendment, which was won, because it's now effectively their motion.
It actually doesn't. But
okay. In that case, I absolutely support this amendment. I think it's quite right. The implications of the main motion is precisely that we ought to be reviewing a scheme which is undoubtedly going to increase traffic. That's the expectation based on evidence from schemes in other parts of the country, notwithstanding possible new information in the planning application.
Very good, thank you very much. I will ask for a box to be put up once again to indicate if there are 15 people who support the want for a recorded vote on this. Just give it a minute. So I'm not going to talk again because when I spoke last time it popped up. Okay, there we go. Claire will inform me when we've surpassed 15 if we do.
Yes, we have 15.
Okay, so this will be.
Hold on a minute. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's gone. Apologies, okay. Apologies.
Yeah, it will be a recorded vote.
No, sorry, Mr. Speaker, if you could just wait a minute. We've only got 14 so far.
Oh, right, okay. I was misinformed by one.
Yes, we now have more than 15.
Right, we now have 15 required. Good, so we will move to a recorded vote, if we may, please. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Peter Adams.
Against.
Roy Allcroft.
Against.
Claire Aspinall. Nicholas Bardsley.
Against.
Joyce Barrow.
Against.
Thomas Biggins.
Against.
Edward Bird.
Against.
Andy Boddington.
For.
Gwen Burgess.
Against.
Roland Butler.
Against.
Karen Calder. Dean Carroll.
Against.
Lee Chapman.
Against.
Steve Charmley.
Against.
Ted Clark.
Abstain.
Gerald Dakin.
For.
Steve Davenport.
Against.
Zuian Dean.
For.
Pauline D. David Evans.
Against.
Roger Evans.
Support.
Hannah Fraser. Rob Gittins.
Against.
Nat Green.
For.
Kate Halliday.
For.
Simon Harris.
Against.
Nigel Harkin.
For.
Anne Hartley.
Against.
Nick Hignett.
Against.
Ruth Houghton.
For.
Roger Hughes. Vince Hunt.
Against.
Ewan Jones.
Against.
Mark Jones, excuse me.
Against.
Simon Jones.
Against.
Heather Kidd.
For.
Christian Lee. Matt Lee. Elliot Lynch.
Against.
Robert Macy.
Against.
Jane McKenzie. Chris Mellings.
For.
Paul Milner.
Against.
David Minery.
Against.
Dan Morris.
Against.
Anne Mosley.
Abstain.
Alan Mosley.
For.
Peggy Mullock.
Against.
Peter Nutting.
Against. Sorry, had trouble unmuting.
Kevin Pardy.
Against.
Vivian Parry.
For.
Tony Parsons.
For.
Alex Phillips.
Against.
Leslie Picton.
Against.
John Price. Ed Potter.
Against.
Mud Shinton.
For.
Robert Tyndall.
Against.
Dave Tremellan. Kevin Turley. David Turner.
Against.
David Basmer.
For.
Claire Wilde.
Against.
Brian Williams. Les Winwood.
Against.
Michael Wood.
Against.
Tina Woodward. Paul Wynne.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Okay, we will wait for scores on the doors. Can everyone just check they've remuted again, please?
Speaker, can I say something?
No.
I made a mistake with my vote.
Mr. Speaker, that is 15 for the amendment, 37 against the amendment and 2 abstentions.
Okay, so 15 for, 37 against, 2 abstentions. That motion has fallen, which leaves the now substantive motion as being the one as proposed by Councillor Nick Bardsley and seconded by Councillor Steve Davenport. We will now take a vote on that motion to accept it. That's correct, isn't it? So the box will appear and hopefully that'll be the last time we have to vote for a few minutes. Okay, councillors, if you'd like to vote for the amendment, as I said, as proposed by councillors Nick Bardsley and Steve Davenport. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there are 31 votes for, 10 against and 6 abstentions.
Okay, I think everybody heard that, so that motion has passed. We will move on to the next motion, which is the motion 3. It's been received from Councillor Julian Dean once again and is supported by Kate Halliday and the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Dean.
Thank you very much. So this motion is calling to support and campaign for the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, which is a private member's bill attempting to make its way through Parliament, which has the support of MPs from across many parties. And just by way of context, we should recognise that the Climate Change Bill, which actually now has been amended and enshrines the UK's commitment to a carbon zero target, was actually started out as a private members bill. So this is a useful way to recognise the issue and to bring them to the fore. And the issue we face is that we are absolutely not on track. The government's own climate change commission says as much, as do all the independent commentators, as indeed do people like Mark Carney and all sorts of industry commentators. Generally speaking, they say that the framework is simply not there in the UK to achieve even the government's target of 2050, which I would argue is too late. The second part of the two E's, if you like, in that bill, or rather the E in that bill, is to do with the ecological emergency, and that's not something we as a council have discussed before, but we ought to recognise before it's too late that too is a looming crisis. 42% of all UK species have declined since the 70s. 26% of all the UK's mammals are at very real risk of becoming extinct. So we are facing two parallel and related crises that need addressing, and we're not in any way on track. So this bill is attempting to bring us on track by making sure that we are that all our measures are consistent with staying below 1.5 degrees. But I just want to draw attention to a few elements of it. One is that the UK should now take full responsibility and accounting for its entire greenhouse gas footprint. Currently we don't. We don't take into account consumption emissions, passenger international shipping, flights, and land-based and some foreign land-based transport. But it's the consumption emissions in particular I think we should really think about. If we as a council said that our procurement, that's got nothing to do with our carbon footprint, then people would laugh us out of court. That would obviously be ridiculous, because how we procure is absolutely part of our carbon footprint, and it's the same for the UK, and the government has dragged its feet on this and refused to take that into account, but we should absolutely take that into account. The other thing I wanted to draw attention to is some of the misplaced fairy tale, if you like, reliance on new technologies which are simply not proven. There is still far too much talk from the government about carbon capture and all sorts of technologies which don't exist, when we actually do have the technologies which can reduce our carbon footprint to zero through retrofitting, through the modal shift and electrification of transport, and through all the other measures, and through changing the way we use land. So we need to make sure that that we are not relying on unproven technology. That's an important part of the bill. And then a final thing is that it talks about ensuring independent bodies create proper benchmarks. One of the shocking things about the fact that 3/4 of the councils in this country have declared climate emergencies, yet the government has no way of measuring whether we are actually moving towards a zero carbon. There are no benchmarks. Even the greenhouse accounting tool that the LGA has produced, I believe that this council unfortunately hasn't responded to, and so even the LGA cannot yet give us a proper picture. We desperately need a framework, a national framework, which is measuring achievements against climate ambitions, so that we can be held to account. But currently there's no way of doing that. So I think that's an absolutely essential part of this bill. And finally, the bill talks about a citizens' assembly, and I've noticed that in other councils up and down the country where this has been discussed, some Conservatives have thought this is some kind of extremist XR plot to replace the government. Actually, citizens' assemblies are a really strong, valid way of bringing together a carefully selected but random selection of people to really test out the appetite and to test out what people think needs to be done. And it's been proved in the examples that have already happened that is actually a really useful way of advising a government what to do, and finding out, if people are given the information, what changes they were prepared to make, because we know that we all need to make changes. So that's the reason that I think we need to get right behind this bill and to push it to get as close as possible to being passed. And clearly with a private members bill, that's a huge outside chance, but it will absolutely inform the debate, and that's why it's being proposed. Thank you.
Good. Now, I presume this is being seconded by Councillor Halliday, is that correct? Who's it being seconded by, please?
Yes, sorry, it's Councillor Kate Halliday, yes.
Okay, do you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Okay, well, there is an amendment that has been put forward to this. I believe is it you, Councillor Carroll, that's put this amendment forward?
That's correct, Speaker, it is.
Okay.
Okay, the amendment that I've submitted removes the 4 recommendations after this council resolves to, and replaces it with refer this matter to a task and finish group to look at the climate and ecological emergency bill in detail and to make recommendations on Shropshire Council's response to the bill. Now, this is, I think, a very sensible way to go. It's not without precedent. In fact, in the past, when we've been asked through motions to comment on, respond to, or take an active position on particularly private members' bills in the House of Commons, we have taken the decision to ask a task and finish group to take a very detailed, close look, because it's a technical subject. There's no doubt it's a technical subject, to take a close look at the bill and the arguments that underpin it, and then return to council with a recommendation on how we should respond and what position we should take. We did that very successfully with the domestic abuse bill, and I don't think there would be anybody that would disagree when I say that our response to that was immeasurably improved by taking the time to have a detailed, for a task and finish group to have a detailed look at it and hear expert testimony from expert witnesses and experts by experience. So I think that this is a sensible move to enable us to give the most well thought out and most valuable response to this bill. I would say, because I can anticipate that there may be some kind of a statement that this is just about pushing it into the long grass, or this is just a wrecking amendment. But that is absolutely not the case. I state that categorically, because quite simply, Speaker, there are hundreds of private members' bills in Parliament at any one time. There are at the moment, and a local council simply couldn't take a view on each of those through motions at full council. But it's a reflection of the importance of the subject matter of this bill and the technical side that underpins it, that we should actually take the time to do it justice, to look at it properly, because as I said, it's a very important issue and we must do it justice. So I move that recommendation, that amendment, sorry, to refer it to a task and finish group.
Thank you. Is that seconded by?
Yes, I'll second that.
Who was that?
Councillor Milner.
Right, okay. So we'll open that up to any debate. I have got Councillor Andy Boddington, who has indicated. Councillor Boddington.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't agree with Councillor Carroll's comments almost at all. The only point I agree with is that this is an important bill, but the time is now. He says there's hundreds of private members' bills. Well, yes, over time, but there's only one that's of great concern at this very minute, which is the climate emergency and ecology bill. That we need to focus on that, because pushing it to a task and finish group doesn't match the political process, does not match the political timescale. We shortly as a council go into purdah, then we go into elections. That will delay quite a lot of work. The second reading of the CE bill will be in late March. By the time this council is re-elected, the parliamentary session will have ended and the bill may well have fallen. what we're doing in asking you to support this bill today is to support the principles of the bill and to say, yes, this is what we should be doing. This is how we should modify our actions. This is our beliefs. I urge everybody to support the original proposal, the original motion, and reject this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor David Minery.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. David Minery here. It will not surprise anyone, I don't suppose, to find that the portfolio holder for finance cannot possibly support the proposal as drafted, but I am happy to support the amendment. And that is for the very simple reason that I cannot support anything which effectively writes a blank cheque. The thought that Shropshire should be taking responsibility for everybody's carbon emissions and all of the implications for costs that may or may not go with that is too great to enable us to take just the casual, oh yes, well, we support the general thrust of it, so we'll vote for it. I do support the general thrust of it. I am very, very much in favour of what they're trying to achieve, but I have severe reservations about the impact on this authority and its finances by just supporting the thing as it is drafted. And I would be much happier seeing this being picked apart by a task and finish group. And it doesn't have to take long. Task and finish groups can convene and come to a decision very, very quickly. But at least then we will know that all the potential dangers in there have been identified and accounted for.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roger Evans from Longdon Division in Shrewsbury. I am against this amendment. I'm sorry, Councillor Carroll. I view it as kicking it into the long grass. It's going to be June, July, even September before it is done. This council, and you're the portfolio holder, has declared a climate emergency. We need to do something like this now. We need to show our support for the climate and ecological bill and actually send it forward to Parliament and let them know the grassroots and a rural county like Shropshire is supportive of it. Not spend time round a table or round a screen discussing the whether there should be a dot or a cross or the intricacies of it. Let's make a bold step forward, take it forward and say, yes, we support the bill. Quite simple, and it has cross-party support as far as I'm aware, and I was amazed to see an amendment come through today for it. It should be fairly cross-party, unanimous, taking it forward. This council and the climate is far more important than anything else we are doing, except for COVID at this moment in time. But if we look at future generations, we need to start doing things now. And this is what this is about. Let's take it forward, not take it to a task and finish group where it can be 2 or 3 meetings to have a look at it, and it'll be Christmas before we do anything. This council does not have a good history of task and finish groups doing things quickly. 1 or 2 have, but the vast majority do not meet. There are a number of task and finish groups I could name which haven't met for the last 12 months. If that's what's happened, then you support the amendment to kick it into the long grass. Let's take it forward and go back to the original motion and pass it through to show where Shropshire wants to be and where the citizens of Shropshire want to be as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Right, I've had no other indications. Councillor Dean, you have the right of reply.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I just pick up on the domestic abuse bill, because that was actually, I think that was my motion. That was when I was a new boy, and yes, indeed, that we had a very quick task and finish group, and it was a very, very useful discussion, and the outcome was great. The risk here, of course, is that there's absolutely no way, given that we've been cutting our scrutiny staffing, for us to get that together in the time that required, as explained by Councillor Boddington. That's, you know, this bill is going to the next stage before we go to election. So we need to deal with this now. People have had plenty of time to look at it. They've had lobbying. They've had a chance to read the bill. As for Councillor Minnery's point, I'm really not sure what he's on about. I mean, the council resolves to send a couple of letters. If he's concerned about the stamps, I'll pay for them. So I'm not sure what he means in terms of financial commitment. In fact, this bill is about making it much easier for local authorities to achieve their ambitions, because there will, you know, if we get the government on track, then it's going to have to enable councils to be on track, because we know so much of the emissions reduction work actually has to happen at a local level and has to be locally controlled. So actually, if we got government on track on this, there would be money coming to the council in order to fund proper decarbonisation projects. And finally, just on the issue of task and finish groups, you know, if the long grass existed, I might be a bit more confident, but actually we have, I believe, a climate change task and finish group hasn't met since I think 2019. So you know, that's my biggest concern, that really this is not only kicking it into long grass, it's kicking into long grass that doesn't even exist.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Milner, you withheld your right. Do I bring him in now? Councillor Milner. You're on mute.
I say I didn't withhold me right.
Okay, fine. Well, move to the vote. We'll move to the vote. So we are voting on the amendment that this resolves to is replaced. We refer this matter to a task and finish to look at. Okay. Wait for the little box to pop up. And please mute yourselves.
Mr. Speaker, over half of members have now voted, and there are 26 votes for the amendment, 27 votes for the amendment, 16 against the amendment, and no abstentions.
Okay, that amendment has been successful, so we will now need to vote on it to make it the substantive and motion that carries the day. So if we have a new box, please. Thank you. As members are voting, I will say that before we move on to the next one, I am going to take a 10-minute break. If we didn't have too much left, I would leave it, but I think it could take another hour or so to get through what's there. So there will be a 10-minute break post the result of this vote. Big sigh from somebody who is unmuted. I do apologise. Please mute. Peter Adams.
Mr. Speaker, of those that have voted, there are 33 votes for the motion now, 6 against and 3 abstentions.
Okay, everybody heard that. That has now become the substantive motion. Okay, councillors, thank you. It is 11 minutes past. We will reconvene at 21 minutes past. Grab some lunch, coffee, do what you need to do. Let's get back and then get through the rest of the business. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I intend now to push through. Hopefully it'll only take about an hour or so. Obviously that's up to all of us. Okay, can people mute, please, because I can hear lots of voices now. Thank you.
Can you just speak quite a bit so people speak?
I'm sorry, but can everybody mute? Who was that speaking? Councillor Vasmer, are you muted now? Thank you. All right. You can unmute in a second because we're on to motion 4 now, which is actually your motion. And it's supported by the Liberal Democrat group. So, Councillor Vasmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Councillor Vasmer from Underdale. Yes, I'll be brief. I'll be brief because we've all been here a long time. Basically, I think it's important that we put pedestrians first in all our highways policies, and this motion gives the means of doing that. The Department of Transport released a statistical analysis of people's attitudes following lockdown, and there's, as we all know, there's been they record a 39% increase in people walking, and that 66% decline in people travelling by car. And when asked whether they would continue with their new habits after lockdowns released, 94% said they would. So I think there's a sea change going on within the public. More people are walking, more people are cycling, and we need to actually devise and make sure we have policies in place which will promote that. Fortuitously, the Living Streets charity issued an annual report recently celebrating that more people were walking than ever before, and it's Labour chair, it's the former Labour MP who chairs it, said there's a growing understanding of how walking tackles some of the biggest crises facing activity, loneliness and climate change. If we are to build back better, then there must be no return to dangerous, dirty, congested streets. By enabling people to walk more short local journeys, we can help reach our net zero goals and help people from all walks of life live better. The government, I don't support the government in lots of things, but on this particular aspect, I think they're doing a good job. I think and their gear change policies. I think the policies of the opposition also support it, and certainly Liberal Democrats do as well. So what I'm calling for is that here in Shropshire, we follow those policies which are supported universally and also by the Green Party as well, and recognise the opportunity it gives us to actually establish Shropshire. We have a beautiful county, we have some wonderful market towns. We could promote ourselves as being the walking county for the UK, and we could make ourselves very prominent and boost tourism if we implement the policies which contain this motion. So I will not go any further, but I hope you all support this because I think it's due all party support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I ask who is seconding?
I'm seconding Andy Boddington.
Withholding your right, or do you wish to speak now?
I'll speak now, thank you. I think this motion is very straightforward and it is very important. I represent one of the oldest divisions in terms of the age of my residents in the country, let alone Shropshire. It is the oldest in Shropshire. And many people who are elderly need to walk and need to walk safely. They need to walk with confidence. And what they tell me, even in a sort of quieter town like Ludlow, is often they're not confident because of the speed of traffic, because of the state of the pavements, because of the difficulty in crossing roads. And we just need to think, hang on, whenever we're doing something, think about pedestrians, think about that walking view. All our design seems to be about the car view, about driving around, and getting vehicles around is very important. But we need to think very much about those who do not have a vehicle. That's 26% of households in Ludlow. And we should think about those who walk all the time, and uneven pavements. In fact, I took a trip this morning, although it was before the lights were on, and so about 4:30. And hang on, what if you can't see well? First thing that came to my mind, okay, I tripped over a sort of raised pavement, but if you can't see well, that is difficult. So we ought to just put pedestrians first and think about them every time we do anything in terms of road design and road maintenance, and ensure we have some of the best pavements in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had Kate Halliday intimate that she wishes to speak. Councillor Halliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I support this motion. I think that ease of walking is such an important thing. It's going to be very good for health. It's good for people with disabilities, or maybe just people who are a bit unsteady on their feet. And also, if anyone's ever spent any time trying to push a wheelchair or a pram around, it really helps with those things too. I think particularly if you manage to put things in at the beginning, it shouldn't necessarily be cost effective. So I think some of the pavements are not in a great state, and it's quite often what we get approached to discuss as councillors. So I would like to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mosley. Alan Mosley.
I just want to quickly say that I don't think it's appropriate to widen the big town plan constituency at this stage, as that's drawing to a close. But you might want to use the Commonplace. Commonplace is a standard software package that's used in lots of consultations. So that can be adopted by the council following the scrutiny report, if that's what they're recommending, rather than linking it to the big town plan. The other point, and this ties in with something I spoke about earlier on, I think we want to extend the pavement definition to also include other footpaths, because increasingly we want people to use to walk more, active travel, and it's not just pavements that need appropriate maintenance, it's also very, very important and footpaths with very high traffic and increasingly high traffic in the current situation.
Thank you. I've got nobody else indicating. Heather Kidd. Councillor Kidd.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate this. I would like to point out that in many villages the pavements are so narrow that actually in one of my villages it's impossible for children, for mums and toddlers or anyone on a motability scooter to actually walk from the shop to school or up to the doctors or wherever. And in this day and age, I do hope that in future our planning policy officers, when they're allocating land, will always make sure that walking through any village to the facilities that actually are essential, build that in. We've had a huge fight to get that included at all, but actually we should be having a complete register of these footpaths, and a hub as a village, any village, should automatically have easy walkable access so that people do not have to get into a car, clog up roads and park outside schools to take their children to school. So on those grounds, with various and supporting many of the things that have just been said, I would support this motion.
Councillor Madge Shinton. Madge.
Madge Shinton, Clipping Mortimer Division. Just to say I agree with Councillor Kidd, what she's just said, but can I make an addition to it? Very often in footpaths there are utility inspection covers, and I do think the utilities need to be a little bit more vigilant when they put these inspection covers, because quite often they either stand proud, so they're a really good trip, or they sink, and if you're in a buggy or anything like that, it's quite a jolt. So can I just add the utilities use of pavements for putting their bits and pieces in? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I've had an indication from Councillor Peter Nutting that we should move to the vote. However, Nigel Hartin has indicated he wishes to speak, so I will take him last of all, and then we will move to the vote. But Nigel, please don't regurgitate what everybody else has said. If you have something to add, right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, I just want to very much support this proposal. I think that
regurgitating what everybody said. Have you got something new?
Yes, I was about to get to that, Speaker. If you allow me the moment to do so. Well, I was going to point out that our street scene officers at the moment are doing a very good job. Certainly in my division, very recently they've been very, very successful in improving the pedestrian walkways from Herrickle Walkmill to the centre of Clun, which have become heavily overgrown. And I think we do sometimes overlook the work that our street scene officers carry out, and I think they are to be commended for the work that they are currently doing.
Thank you for that. Good. A request has been made to move to the vote. I hear absolutely no dissent. I think everybody is on the same page with this one. I'm not proposing to actually put it to a vote unless anybody tells me otherwise. I will assume unless somebody says otherwise. Peter.
Yeah, I would like it to be a proper vote, please.
And then that's absolutely fine. We will ask for that box to come up, if we can, in the middle of the screen, and we will physically vote on it. Thank you. Okay, I don't think we're far away. We've got over half.
Mr. Speaker, of those that have voted, there are 30 votes for this motion, 9 against and 2 abstentions.
Good. The motion has carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to motion 5, which has been received from Councillor Nat Green and is supported by the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this motion came as fairly rapidly after a discovery by myself when endeavouring to assist residents who had been affected by the recent flooding of this year, where it became apparent that provision of skips had been extremely limited, compared with the response, the admirable response that the council gave last year, in which responses to the flooding of residences and also businesses was swift and organised. This time, thankfully, the flooding wasn't so severe, but it was still there, and residents were flooded out, businesses were flooded out, and there was a feeling that the council had not done as much as it could have done. I'll give you the example that triggered this. When in trying to get more skips for a particular site, one was provided very quickly, but then after that, upon inquiring if more could be done, as more was needed to be done, the answer came back, I'm sorry, that's it. And upon inquiring of the officer as to why that may have happened, I was told that the reason was the provision of skips had moved from street scene to highways, and that highways did not have the budget for any more. This is not a good look for the council. We need to show to our residents that we support them when they are in a time of trouble. The Severn is going to flood, and it's going to flood for the next few years until we have a proper flood management scheme that covers the entire Severn Basin, and that is going to be some years hence. And so in the meantime,
the residents who will be affected need to know that the council is going to step in and help. I know times are tough already. We've got the pandemic as well, but this is a known, if you like. We know this is going to happen. We know we have to respond to it. And so that's why I'm asking that you support this motion, that the council takes action to ensure that support is given to our vulnerable residents at these times. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's being seconded by
Councillor Nigel Hartin. I will second this. And just to say that thank you to Peter for supporting this amendment. I think we got it right in 2019. Something has gone wrong this time. We need to just get a handle of it, and I'm pleased to see the administration is supporting this.
Yeah, and it is Peter has requested that we move to the vote. I am just going to remind members, please not to use this as a general chat. It is just to indicate that you wish to speak. David Minery has asked to speak, but unless you've got something to add to this, I propose to really move to the vote.
I would like to speak, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, but I do want to speak, please.
Go on
then. Thank you. It's simply to say I think this was little more, I mean, I'm going to support this, but little more than I'm afraid a misunderstanding between two departments as it passed over as the person responsible for the emergency responses. It's always been the policy, and I thought it still was. So this will correct it. I have no problem with it, but and I apologise publicly for that not happening. It should have done.
Excellent. So with the permission of the proposer and the seconder, I'm now going to move to the vote. We will vote on it properly, as per the last one.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are 44 votes for this, and there are no votes against and no abstentions. Oh, one abstention.
One abstention. All right. That has been successful. Thank you very much. Good. That deals with motions. We'll move on to questions from members. There are 7 this time because of an oversight by an officer or officers. First of all, Tom Biggins, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Ruth Houghton, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, if I may. And thank you for the response to the question, which was very thorough from the portfolio holder, except for one part where empty homes were. And that wasn't answered, and I'd still like a response to that if possible. And in particular, where those empty homes are in relation to where people are bidding on Home Point and where there is a housing need. Because one of the things I have found with having put this question in, I've had a number of people contact me from across the county, actually, not just in Bishop's Castle, to say they've seen so many empty homes, including housing association homes, empty for 6 months or in some instances over 12 months. And that doesn't seem acceptable when we have a housing need in Shropshire. So any information on where those empty homes are, whether they're housing association or private, and how that correlates to Home Point bidders would be really welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Is a portfolio holder there to answer that, or are you going to email it?
Vince, it's Robert Macy, portfolio holder. I'm glad the response we've given you covered most of the points. I'll take away Ruth's request to officers.
Very good, thank you. Question 3, Councillor Andy Buddington. Do you have a supplementary question? Excellent.
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Vasmer. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, just a quick supplementary. I just refer to page 320 of the agenda on the capital programme. It makes reference to the North South Relief Road spending 10 million in 2021-22 and 39 million effectively in 22-23, which doesn't seem to tally with the figures I've been given in my response. So I just would, perhaps I got it wrong, but I'd just like some information about that.
Councillor Davenport.
Yes, okay, David, I will just check those out and get back to you.
Good. And can you share that email with all members as the question's been asked in the meeting? Thank you. Councillor Vasmo. Question 5. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just very quickly, it was about KPIs, and the response makes it clear really that there has been some results from the KPIs. It's clear that from the response that care are not performing as they should be, and I wondered why we haven't actually got that information. It would be good to get that information sooner rather than later.
Portfolio holder.
Okay, I'll get back to you, but the answer to that is that some of the KPIs are still going through legal, but again, I will share that.
Good. Share it with all members, please. Thank you. Councillor Kate Halliday, question 6. Do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor David Turner, do you have a supplementary question?
Speaker, I don't, but I would like to. I'd just like to say I welcome the very comprehensive and positive response from the portfolio holder. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 18, which is the Shropshire and Wrekin Fire and Rescue Authority Chair's Report. The meeting held on the 10th of February 2021. I'd like to invite Councillor Chris Mellings to move that report, that it be received and noted. Councillor Mellings.
Thank you, Speaker. Chris Mellings, member for the WEM Division and Vice Chair of the Fire Authority. I move the report be received and noted.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Roberts, is that correct? Would somebody like to second that?
Yes, I will. Councillor Hartin, I will second if Councillor Roberts doesn't.
Excellent, thank you. I've not heard anything to suggest that he's about to, so we will take that as seconded by Councillor Nigel Hartin. Anybody wish to speak? If not, I will accept the report. No, okay, well, we'll accept that report. We'll move on to item 19 then, which is the exclusion of the public and press. I move that in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 and paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information Procedure Rules, the public and press be excluded from consideration of the remaining business. Is that seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll second that.
Right, thank you. I will now take that as said, unless somebody says that they wish for it to be voted on. I will take it that all councillors agree to that. Okay, we will just wait for the meeting to go.